Hello. Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's having an absolutely wonderful day so far today. I mean, one thing to do is jump right into finding all the hundreds of items we inevitably are missing. Actually, first thing to do is run back out of this area because I don't think there's actually an overseer up here. Which, this was from the first of the two endings we got last stream. So I need to actually leave this area if I want to complete the other ending or find any of the items we're missing. So that's actually step one. Apparently this is where the game decides to respawn you after completing the first ending. Or after completing that ending. I'm not sure if I should call it the first or the second, because it's the first one we completed. But apparently it's the second one most people complete. I don't know. Kind of is what it is, though. It's not, at least it's not terribly far away. At least it's not terribly far away from the closest actual overseer. I do have an idea of which area I want to explore first for missing items, and that's going to be the redacted area, which I want to explore there because if I'm remembering correctly, the redacted area is where we've been finding the bits of the like fragmented serial code or password or whatever it was called that we've been kind of missing. This is not the correct pathway to get to the Overseer. The Overseer is a bit further... Yeah, the Overseer's a bit further over to the... Or not left, right. I think they're down here? I think the Overseer's... Yeah, the Overseer's definitely down this direction. I just need to actually make it down there in one piece. Because I believe they are... Oh yeah, they're right there. Watch me not make it to the Overseer successfully. Okay, there we go. But I think I want to explore the redacted area first, because I know we're missing 3 out of the 6 bits of the serial code, and I think all 3 of those are going to be found somewhere in redacted, because I think that's where we found the first 3. Yeah, but when I say the redacted area, I do quite literally mean the area named redacted. Because I still don't know what the original name of this area was supposed to be. But I do know that it's not actually or it doesn't actually have a unredacted name that we know of, at least. Ah, right. I forgot that this is a platforming area. Yeah, I definitely forgot that redacted is mostly platforming. I'm going to go swap my modifiers around for my platforming combination. Yeah, CP, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I definitely want to swap my modifiers around for my more platforming-oriented setup, because if I have Gratitude equipped... Also, I definitely do not want to be doing my exploration with this current loadout. Because I just realized I still have all of my definitely very scary... Yeah, I have all my very scary modifiers equipped for combat and not my much nicer combination of modifiers for exploration. I think I'm going to go with... I'm going to disable the enemy health so I can equip enhanced dodge. No, enhanced dodge is 20, not 10. Then I'll equip Heart's Favorite. I do like how you can unequip most of the UI in this game. That is... It's always a funny little experience. Because, yeah, having Gratitude lets me actually have 1 health that regenerates Doesn't regenerate much, but it does regenerate, which is better than most things in this game. Yeah, I'm not actually entirely sure where the missing pieces of the passcode are, but other than I highly suspect they are somewhere in this redacted area. So there's going to definitely be a level of just wandering around until I find things that needs to happen. We're mostly looking for shiny items hidden behind relatively secret holes in either the ceiling or the floor or somewhere. I do need to be more careful still, because I need to not lose all my health to the enemies either. That would be rather unfortunate, since the health dots that are surrounded by the gold color do not ever regenerate as far as I'm aware. I think this is where we got one of the passcode fragments from, was this area. Or that specific part of the area. Is there anything over to the right? Maybe? There might be something over to the right. Though how to get there is a very good question. Because that definitely looks like the pathway extends that way at least a little bit. Though I'm not sure I can actually make it there from down here. Simply because those look like fairly fast-moving boxes. So either I need to turn around which direction the boxes travel, or probably flip the way the boxes travel if I want to get to the right. Or do some potentially very tricky platforming, which honestly wouldn't entirely surprise me for this game. This game has a lot of sections that feel way too similar to the Hollow Knight's Path of Pain, with the only real difference being that most of them have been significantly shorter. Though, that being said, there was at least one part that was quite a bit longer. There's a gap in the floor down here. I don't think I've been down... I don't know if have I been down here yet? This does not... Right, at least I haven't been down here and picked up the item. Fragmented serial number. On its own, it's pretty useless. Where are existence? I think that's 4. I think it makes 4 out of the 5, or sorry, 4 out of the 6 parts of the serial number that we've found. Yeah, 4 out of 6. Getting there. Definitely getting there. So I think my theory about where the remaining portions are hidden is actually correct. Because I wasn't entirely sure if they'd be hidden in vaults. That's where I initially thought they were all hidden. Where the remaining ones would be hidden was somewhere down in the vaults area. But that didn't actually turn out to be the case. Yeah, I still suspect that there might be something hidden over here. I'm just not sure how to get to that part of the area. This whole area is kind of a giant maze of just platforming challenges tucked into absolutely every corner of everything, which makes it not trivial to actually find what we're looking for. Okay, I don't see... Was that a way for me to climb along the boxes to the right that I just figured out? I think it was. So that might be what lets me sneak through the remainder of this area. Or at least sneak through the last little bit of this area off to the right to check the right side of these boxes. If I can get on top of them, I think I can jump and hover. Yeah, I think I can jump and hover to the right. And I saw it looked like a platform down here. But I'm not sure. Ooh, there is a pathway here. And this looks like another item. I keep seeing these purple backgrounds. It is another part of the fragmented serial number. On its own, it's pretty useless. We are waiting. I do want to see what the full text of the serial... I suppose it's less of a serial number and more of a bit of serial text. But I also need to actually get out of this area now. But that worked surprisingly well. Okay, there's not anything up on the ceiling there. You never know. It's always worth, at least in my opinion, it's always worth checking every hidden little corner of the map for who knows what items are going to be hidden around. I know we're missing at least several coding components and quite a few modifiers and bits of lore as well. I don't know what either of those items are. We're missing... So we're definitely missing a pretty good number of just items. Also, apparently I did see that there's a Steam achievement for finding all old cores that did not ever get registered. So entirely possible we're missing one of those as well. I think the only item on this list that I actually know where it is that one. Because that item I think comes from the boss we're missing. At least that's my current best knowledge of the game, which, for all I know, could be wildly inaccurate. Can I make it to that platform? I can hover over to this platform. Is there anything top... That would be top right of this room? Because I can hover over here. Okay, that is easier. Okay, that's an easier way to hover over here, but not actually a secret that we're missing. I'm still not entirely sure what I think of the hover, if I hover for even like a split second. Starting to drain my energy completely until I land again. That does make it a lot bit tricky to use the hover ability to line up. I'm kind of just looking along the floor to see if there's a pathway that I'm potentially missing anywhere. And I don't think I see at least an obvious pathway that I'm missing along the floor of this area, though there are plenty of little spots that are kind of like tucked into a corner like that one. Which any one of them could be hiding a secret, because this one in particular is a lot deeper than most of them are. But it doesn't look like there's actually anything hidden down there either. One little bit of puzzle finding at a time. At least we turned off the lasers. That does make things significantly easier on us. That there's not laser beams absolutely everywhere. Okay, this looks like there's a tall room above us. We made it back to where we signed our life away to Dr. Hall in the as their assistant. Yeah, that did happen in the redacted area, didn't it? I had almost completely forgotten about that chain of events, where we had to explore through this area and then come talk to the employment ledger for Dr. Holm. Hey, at least we didn't go vanishing or vanish for... How many years was it? Like 30 plus years for Dr. Holm's previous assistant? That length of time number feels about right to me. I don't see an item up here. Yeah, that length of time number feels about right to me, that the previous assistant for us was missing for 30 some odd years. Is there anything up along the ceiling in this area? I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Also, I definitely made sure that the game did not revert the frames per second back up to 120, since last stream of MIO that caused so much lag. Okay, I think I've done a pretty thorough job of exploring this portion. I'm going to finish exploring back over to this Overseer and then check to the right before I warp to the other Overseer in Redacted. Because I don't want to miss the last... I don't want to miss the last bit of the serial number. Because I think that's actually a major bit of the game that I'm somehow missing. Though, how I'm missing it, given, as far as I'm aware, I do have all the requirements for both endings of the game. So that implies to me that it's probably either a set of upgrades we're missing, or mostly some sort of lore? I'm guessing it's either a set of upgrades we're missing, or some sort of lore in the last, or in whatever's behind the door. Because there is definitely a locked door locked by these missing serial codes. It is this one right here. I remember because I put a marker on it. Yeah, I remember because I definitely put a marker down there for where is the missing... Where's the missing item? Or where's the locked doorway for the missing serial codes? I cannot talk correctly today. Okay, I don't see anything up there. I see a pathway to the left, but I'm going to heal before I go check out that pathway. Actually, I think that was the way I went. I think that pathway is the one I took to drop down here. So I don't think it's actually a useful pathway with anything actually hiding down here. Yeah, I don't think there's anything actually hiding down there. That's just the pathway we already just did a loop around to recheck for various missing items. I do wish this game had a slightly better map system than the one it actually has, since it's a little bit on the difficult side to actually know where things are that you're missing. I'm going to suspect it's probably that, given it has the same purple background color as the other two codes we've found today. It's just hidden on the other side of a doorway, which looks like there's probably a secret tunnel here-ish, leading to the left. So I'm going to warp to the other Overseer and then go down. Then run off to the left, and hopefully that gives me all I need to make it... Or hopefully that gives me the last fragment, and it isn't a... Actually, if it is a modifier or something, I still wouldn't be upset. Since that's a fairly still feels like it would be a fairly useful thing, because I'd need to find all of those at some point as well. And we are missing... like... 6, I think? Yeah, 4, 5, 6. 6 modifiers we're still missing that are hidden Honestly, if I knew where they were hidden, I would have gotten them already. Yeah, if I knew where the last modifiers were hidden, I would have already picked them up, and I wouldn't be running around playing the game of where are the missing modifiers. Though, I will say, the platforming in this game has gotten significantly easier since I've completed, like, especially the Crucible. The Crucible taught me a ridiculous amount about how this game's platforming mechanics actually work. I need to be further to the left than down here. Is there a tunnel that secret tunnel that I missed? Yeah, it feels like there's a secret tunnel that I would have missed. And I also apparently never turned the lasers on this side of the map off. I apparently never turned this side of the map's lasers off either, which is mildly terrifying. Because I don't think I can easily get back from here. I don't... Yeah, actually, that's a lot of... that's not... I don't think I actually care about that much Nakra. So I'm gonna... I'm definitely gonna just death warp back up to the Overseer. Because I'm only gonna lose a couple hundred Nakra, and as far as I'm aware, I don't actually have any other use for Nakra at any point in the game. Oh, there's a little ledge here. It's actually kind of helpful. Yeah, having the little ledges tucked into every corner of the map does come in quite useful over time. Yeah, I'm just checking to see if there's any side paths that I potentially missed leading back off to the left. I suppose it could be a tunnel from over here left as well. I suspect that is the item we need, though. It also could be a drop down from up top. I suppose it could also be a drop down from up top. So I can't just discount that it's something from this side. And it's entirely possible that it's from the room I saw the item from and then just forgot the items from. Though, not horribly difficult for me to just say sanity check I'm not missing something extremely obvious over here. Because the pipeline, or the pipeways in this game, actually I do see something. I'm going to heal out the Nakra Basin, but it looks like there's a tunnel. It looked like there was a tunnel off to the left, right there, that I don't think I've actually been through yet. I might have been this way at some point in the past, but I don't remember it, and it is leading off to the left, which is the direction of the shiny thing I want to pick up. And I think we're also off the border, or off the boundary of the map itself. Okay, that is the pathway. That is the pathway. That actually made it quite... It was actually not terrible to find the last three once I actually remembered that they were in... Or once I actually, like, thought about where I found them and was like, oh, I think they were in the redacted area. Though there's not an easy way out of this part of the redacted. Oh, I can actually read the full text now, probably, can't I? Yeah, on its own is pretty useless. Find us, we are waiting, in the deepest parts of the vaults where existence comes to an end. I think that's the full serial code now. which means I just need to get to a overseer so I can warp to a different... I need to get to any overseer so I can warp to either of these overseers so I can fall down. Probably warp to the main overseer so I can fall down here. Warp over to this overseer and then run down here. Probably. only a couple of steps required. Right. Spicy ceiling. Fastest overseer to get to is... honestly, the Crucible one. Because I could just fall down into Crucible here and warp from this overseer left. That might also be a faster option. But I think instead of running back to an overseer, running out of health might be the fastest way to get to an overseer. Since I don't really want to have to re-clear all of Redacted. No, it's possible I missed other items in that area. I know that there's a relatively fast tunnel down to the lower half of the ship. Or a relatively fast pathway to the lower half of the ship from this side of everything. So I just need to slide this way, go down, warp over, and then head to the locked door. Easy. At least we actually have the... I don't think I ever talked to Mel after I bought out the shop. Welcome back. The lads are waiting for you, so go talk to them. I gave them some free time, now that most of the work is complete. They deserve it. That's surprisingly nice of Mel. Welcome to Mel & Co.'s Relax House. What do you think? Is it a good name? Since the workshop is now both workless and shopless, I'm testing new ones. Mel's not too thrilled yet, but it's only a matter of time. Thanks to you, she's already become a lot more mellow. See you around, pal. Aw, that's actually kind of fun. Miss Lass, did you hear the news? Miss Mel says the work is over. I'm so relieved. It means I won't have to go to that horrible place again. You know, Miss Mel didn't send me out there to be mean. She didn't know I was afraid of the wild. I put on a brave face. If she had guessed, though, if she had known how dangerous it was, she would have stayed with us. Stayed in the vaults. She wouldn't have taken any chance with our safety. Thanks to her, we're free. We've got our own place. And we even got to meet you. So if you ask me, it was well worth the scare in the end. Well, that is probably worth getting a little spooked for. So you're the one who put us out of work. Great. Once again, it's me and my thinking process, with nothing else to do all day. Although, I suppose it isn't as terrible as it could be. As dull as the others can be, at least I'm not alone, and not stuck on the ceiling either. Besides, Mel is even worse than me. With all her talks of breaks and relaxing, she's the one who can't stand in one place. It won't be long before she finds something to do and throws all the work at us. Might as well enjoy the peace while it lasts. It does seem accurate to how Mel is. You know, when I was still working for the old hag in the vaults, she wouldn't give us so much as a break. With her, it was work, 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 and then more work. We were always tools to be used until we broke down. Then she would replace us and start over. Over and over again. In the end, it felt like what I did didn't matter. The stuff I fixed, it would always come back to me eventually. Broken. Even worse than before. So I left. We're at the end of the world. We should surround ourselves with peace and closure, not a never-ending struggle of ever-repeating tasks. I mean, it is kind of the end of the world. Given their world doesn't normally seem super healthy. How did I get to the vaults from over here. Oh, it was down the elevator. You'd think I would remember how to take the pathway I've taken like 20 times so far in this game to get places, but not that is too much work for my navigational skills. But the shuttle vault is still just right over here. So just gotta go down, warp to the other overseer, then run to the locked door. Which I think I have a relatively straightforward pathway, just drop through here. Because I did open up this shortcut at one point. I don't remember when I opened that shortcut up. I don't remember when I opened that shortcut up, but I definitely opened that shortcut up at some point in the past. This whole area down here is very, very just... It has a creepy vibe. And the music also gets a lot more ominous down here in the vaults area. Or more so in the lab than the vaults side, but the vaults side's just a giant maze of confusion. Who knows what's actually going on in that area a lot of the time. The pathway's down here. Right. Because I could hit that energy crystal and break the wall. One little step at a time, but I am learning / actually starting to remember where things are in the game. It only took me 95% of the game to remember where literally anything is. Door. Enter access code. Finally. Okay. There's actually another overseer down here. In the manufactory. I like how we're still finding, like, entire new areas. Not as though we've completed, like, the entire game. Or, like, gotten at least both endings unlocked at this point. Door locked from the other side. Was this just a dead end? No, there's definitely things in this area. Are they more... But I think they're more... up along the ceiling? Somehow? Though how I get up there is... unclear. Yeah, how I get up through this area is very unclear. Since this is very much a... what appears to be a locked-off dead end? This appears to be a locked-off dead end, though... it really doesn't make sense to me. Like, this area feels like I should be able to now traverse further than a single locked... Okay, I definitely know what's up there. That's definitely just an item. Then a single locked area, because there are what looks like traversable pathways here as well. Though I'm not entirely sure how to actually get up there. Because, yeah, it really is just like a giant bridge with what doesn't appear to be any obvious... pathways. Huh. That's definitely a mysterious mystery. Because I went through all that work to click the access codes, and it didn't actually give me anything other than a single missing overseer, at least so far. Because I don't see gloom water in the background. Like, I didn't see any gloom water waterfalls in the background to climb up. I can't climb up this door to get up onto the ceiling on this side. I don't I don't think, at least. At least I don't think I can. Hold on, why does walking onto that platform just actually, I can climb up the side. Why was walking on that platform on the ground stealing all my energy? That's... Yeah, that cabling is why I couldn't climb up. Because that cabling, for unknown reasons, steals all your energy. Which is more than a little bit concerning. I think that's the first thing in this game I've seen that actually just straight up steals your energy. Which, I mean, this game keeps throwing new stuff at me constantly. Is it really just a pile of crystallized nacre? Is that what's over in this? Is that the item I've had marked on my map for absolutely ever? I think it is. But yeah, now that I at least know that the cabling on the ground steals my energy, I can work with that. Though it is strange. It is very strange. That's definitely not what I would have expected to see. I think I can climb into this pipe, and if I can find the pipes leading off to the left, then that will save me at least some level of difficulty, since I can open up another shortcut as well. I can open up another shortcut as well if I follow the pipes all the way to the left. Though, it appears we are not in the world's safest area. These don't appear to be the safest pathway I've ever seen. Hey, Forgotten Dreamer, welcome to stream. I finally found all the locks, or all the bits of the password to get into this area, which is making me seriously wonder how much stuff I'm actually missing all around the entire game, given I know how to unlock both endings. We've met basically every requirement for both endings, and I just found an entire new set of areas, or like an entire new area, complete with presumably some of the missing items. That is one of our missing coding components, though I highly suspect I'm not actually going to need all the coding components. One item at a time, though. This area has even more platforming challenges in it also, which is fun. This game has a lot of those. Like, Memories in Orbit really, really loves its platforming. I do know that there's a tunnel here to the right as well. Okay, I suppose there's tunnels kinda everywhere. If you... These count as tunnels, right? Even if they are technically closer to being pipes than tunnels. Yeah, they're closer to being pipes than the actual proper tunnels. But it works. Let's not fall into any of the gloom water, though. That would be rather unfortunate. I think this was the entrance to this area. It was through here. Apparently, we're just in a giant maze now. And I'm guessing that this maze has items hidden all over the place. I see a nacre basin over there. I don't think I necessarily need the nacre basin, since I do have my 1 health that actually regenerates equipped, which is still one of the better modifiers I've found in the game. Ah, yes, random holes in the floor. That one of them leads to the nacre basin. Because the Nocra Basins are normally the only spot I can actually heal unless I have the modifier that gives me 1 extra health that actually heals. If I just stand on the ground for a second equipped. I'm not sure why I attacked everything here, given I kinda knew those would probably be an enemy at least somewhere. Okay, I see a crystallized Nocra below me. I want to pick it up for completeness sake, even though I don't think it's actually useful at all. Since, as far as I'm aware, I don't actually have anything else to purchase with money in this game. So I'm kind of just finding all the crystallized Nocra in the world and have absolutely nothing to spend it on. Because this pathway was just a dead end, was it? Wasn't it? No, it was not just a dead end. It leads up to... Oh, this is actually where I came in from, wasn't it? Maybe? Yeah, this is where I just came in from. So I think I just went in a giant circle. I need to, I think, figure out how to get up above for 1, and then to the right for 2, and possibly down for 3. I don't think I need to immediately find a pathway to the left. Torn Overseer. I mean, that at least gives us the Overseer that we were missing. So I can send that Overseer back to its roots. And it can unlock warping from down here. Or whatever that's worth. Yeah, I definitely missed a pathway somewhere. So where I missed a pathway? Very good question. But there's definitely at least more pathways leading to the right. Okay, I don't, because I haven't been down here, but these are tunnels that, yeah, these are tunnels that are blocked off from the right. Okay, I haven't been through here. Is this a shortcut again? That's a shortcut back to the Nocra Basin. I'm not great at solving mazes normally. I'm even less great at solving mazes where I can't see 90% of the maze. That does make it slightly difficult. Also, standing on all the wires still steals all my energy. Which is a little bit rude of it. Sanctuary of the Sycophant. How many new areas am I finding down here? Because it's definitely more than 0. And I can't climb up the walls because the piping keeps just stealing all my energy. Yeah, I thought I had completed like a pretty good percentage of the game, but apparently not. Yeah, apparently not. Given how many things I'm suddenly finding everywhere. I can't open the door. Okay, this is a shortcut door. I'm gonna go fill out or at least update the map as much as I can. Since how many areas did I miss around the entire game? See, I definitely missed tunnels up here. And then I have the tunnel down here. I kind of want to find those. I've been doing pretty well. Been doing pretty well lately. Bit busy, but that's not entirely out of the realm of expected for me. But yeah, been doing pretty well. Hopefully you've been doing pretty well yourself also. I'm can I get to whatever tunnel this is through the piping network and then go left? I'm not entirely sure if I can. I'm not entirely sure if I can, but I at least want to try, since I'd like to have the doors both actually be open. Especially now that I have at least a map that gives me some indication as to where I am in the world. Yeah, having a map that at least gives me a little indication as to where I am in the game world does, I think, help quite significantly. Oh, is it up there? Okay, it is just up there, and I definitely can't make it up there yet. Because like I said, if I step on any of that cabling in the background, or apparently even exist in this area, I just lose all my energy and ability to do anything. Which, that's still just a very concerning mechanic. I think I'm going to explore... Honestly, I'm not sure which direction to explore first. Can I... Okay, I can hit things to restore my energy and then use that energy to climb up various walls? Or along various walls? It's interesting how the game, or how MIO just does not fear taking away your ability upgrades at points in the game where it's like, hey, we don't want you to have whatever ability upgrade you normally would going through this area. I think I need to climb up here. Yeah, I need to climb up here, because normally you'd be able to just climb all over the place fairly easily. I took 2 damage there. I need to not... If I get hit by the explosions, I need to really be careful to not take a second damage. Because that will actually start to drain my more permanent health, and I don't know where... Yeah, I don't know when the next chance I'm going to have to actually heal's going to be. Since I don't know where the knocker basins are going to be found. I also have no clue where I actually am, like, physically located in this area. Since I think I just looped back up to where I was before. I'm not sure what the point of that whole side path was. Yeah, I definitely just looped back up. At least the knocker basins. Slightly suspicious knocker basins here. Given it's also covered in the energy stealing tendrils. I can't get up there to hit it. Yeah, standing in the knocker basin doesn't give me any energy. How do I get energy to make it up top? I either need to be able to just hairpin, or I need to, I think, climb along the ceiling? Though that is a very long ways from the closest point that doesn't steal all my energy instantly. It's a very long ways from the closest point that doesn't instantly steal all my energy. Which is... Unless there's like a mechanic with... If I can like get... No, I don't think if I can get on the lamps that'll help me at all. Because something tells me that being on the lamps also drains my energy, and it's not just... Yeah, that being on the lamps isn't just draining my energy because I touched the cabling first. Yeah, definitely standing on the lamp still drains all my energy. So how do I get through this area? There's definitely platforming over there. But I need to figure out how to get up to... If I can get to that green thing, I either hitting it or... Yeah, doing literally anything with the green energy crystal up there, I can get over here and keep platforming. But how to get there is the real question, given that the game's took away, or has taken away, most of my toolbox at this point. So, like, I definitely missed something in this lower section. Yeah, I definitely missed something in this lower section. I'm just not sure what or where. Since... I mean, it's an interesting set of mechanics. I should sacrifice myself to the danger grass every time I take damage. That seems like the correct... or most correct play. Okay, this is a pathway I at least haven't been... At least I don't think I've been this way. So I think I just missed a shortcut here. I think I would like to disable everything stealing my energy, but I'm not really sure how to do that. Because there's several spots where it looks like the level's built to be traversed with actual energy, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the game's just teasing me or actually expects me to somehow have energy coming through these sections of the area. Because yeah, if I touch any bit of ground, I just instantly lose 100% of my energy. Which is terrifying. And also very problematic. I'm just gonna keep... I suppose the only thing to do is to just keep moving through the area until you presumably find whatever it is, or until we presumably find whatever it is we're looking for down here. Other than a complete area, with... I can definitely hairpin that. A completely new area at this point in the game. Because I think I can also carry this energy over here, but I'm not sure this takes me anywhere useful. I suppose that loops around in a slightly useful way. I suppose that does loop around in a slightly useful pattern. Because I can come up here, I can bounce off this one, I can then hover here. Go to this side, hairpin up, then pogo off that landmine. I needed to use that landmine to, I think, Strider Walkling under that underhang. So I almost had the correct set of steps. Yeah, I almost had the correct set of steps there to clear the area. That is one thing I do appreciate about this game's puzzles, is that they are usually a little bit more platforming is that it's usually a little bit more puzzle-oriented platforming than purely execution-based platforming. Since I'm not always the best at, like, highly precision platformers or whatnot. So this game being much more built around the platforming being solve a puzzle of platforming using your toolkit, or in this case, your lack of a toolkit, and your understanding of the game's honestly pretty wide set of mechanics, even without having energy, apparently. Does seem to work okay. Apparently we just are gonna collapse the floor in on ourselves. But it is a cool little set of mechanics. Oh, that then gets me over here, which is where we were looking to get past before. Where do I go from here? At least we're right next to the knocker basin still. Or when I take double damage. Gotta keep my health up as far or as much as possible. Oh, I think I need to go under. I think I need to go under there. That is a terrifying set of platforming. Yeah, that is an absolutely terrifying set of platforming going up. I thought I'd done all this game's difficult platforming sections. Though, apparently not. Apparently not. Apparently there are still more difficult platforming sections hidden around the game. I need to pogo off that one. I want to try to sneak under here. Okay, there's another knocker basin here. I like my stable ground being next to knocker basins because if I take double damage, then I actually stand a chance of surviving. Right, I don't have energy if I'm standing on the ground. It's kind of the entire mechanic of this area is that I have to hit the landmine first. Yeah, whole mechanic of the area. Gotta hit the landmine first before I try to do anything that requires energy, including... That's very different than how I normally have to think in this game. Which is why it kind of keeps throwing me for a bit of a loop. It's just that I'm so used to, at this point, having my movement abilities consistently and just needing to stand on the ground for, like, a split second in order to get them back. Ah, right. the landmines explode. Because I can kind of hover above them to let them respawn. And that gives me a chance to reposition myself a little bit better. If I think I need to. Yeah, I can kind of hover like that. Yeah, I can hover. If I don't fall straight past all three of them, I can kind of hover above them and reposition myself a little bit, which is a technique I was kind of had to be forcefully reminded of by chat in a previous stream. But it does make it significantly easier to do some of these platforming challenges, knowing I can just hover in place for just a split second. Okay, I need to wait for the water to start, for the gloom water to start going down. Then I can hover here. I need to figure out how to get up that section a little bit more consistently. I think I need to wall strider above before I double jump. I think I need a wall strider before I double jump to sneak through. Because I can hover here. Yeah, because then I can hover. I'm too high on my hover there. Okay, I'm gonna then pogo and launch myself up. Okay, that at least puts me somewhere else slightly interesting. Because I can get energy from the green crystal if I need to. Though I'm not sure if that's actually useful for anything or not. I need to make it up there, because I think if I have energy, I can use the hairpin. If I have energy, I can use my hairpin off. I think I need to get energy. Hairpin to the right off that crystal. Get energy off that guy. Loop under, hairpin off that. And then hairpin off the crystal a second time? Honestly, this feels like more difficult platforming than... Yeah, this platforming feels more difficult to figure out than the Crucible did. Which, given that the Crucible was, up to this point, our, biggest platform challenge, kind of impressive. I think I need to get energy off that one, then hover left. I think that's that's at least the correct seeming set of directions. I keep attacking in the wrong directions because both move and attack direction are the same input in this game, which I suppose makes plenty of sense, but does mean that when you need to hit something to the left and be moving to the right, it's a little bit difficult to flip my control sticks fast enough. So I suppose the attacking does give me a... I need to I just need a tiny bit more height there. Because if I can hit the one up above, I think I can make it to the left. I need a hairpin, then that takes my energy that I needed to hover. That needed to be an up attack. Yeah, the hairpin steals all my energy as well as hovering stealing all my energy. If that was an up attack, that would have worked. Hit it. Hairpin. Miss the attack. Hey, at least I don't have to wait for my energy to recover between attempts. Hit it. Hairpin. Up attack. I double jumped too late because I didn't expect that up attack to actually hit. I didn't expect that up attack to actually hit anything. I need to not hover there, because if I hover at all, I lose my ability to hairpin. Okay, there we go. Now where am I? I can make it through that platform. I'm guessing... Is that my source of energy up here? Can I even hit that landmine? I don't think I can hit that landmine from below. I can probably hit it by jumping through that gap, though. I'm not sure where to take... I'm not sure where to take the energy I will get from it. Other than... around somehow. Around somehow seems to be name of the game in this whole area is, where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere. Presumably somewhere. I don't really see any obvious... Okay, I see another spot I can get energy up there. I'm kind of just trying to chain... The way I'm trying to puzzle / problem solve this area is by just chaining things that give me energy together. Okay, this is another shortcut back into the main room. So this is definitely at least the correct general direction. This is at least the correct general direction to be going. I'm just chaining, like, the one thing I can do is use energy. Apparently there's a crystallizer in this area. Just sitting in a pipe up there. Please give me my energy back. Oh, almost. That's a boss fight. That is definitely a boss fight. And, I am not in boss fight mode. How do I... What am I even supposed to expect to do here? Hold on. I don't even know the mechanics of what I'm expected to do here, because normally I'd be hairpinning off the boss. But I can't even... Yeah, I can't even hairpin off the boss. So I suppose if it is a boss fight... If it is a boss fight, I can equip my boss fight combo. Which is... Because I don't need the Nakra Basins. I like the health. I like the extended dodge timing. Dealing more damage is also very useful. Yeah, getting energy back's not helpful, like, at all. Then I do like countermeasures generally. Yeah, like, most of these are heavily energy based and doesn't really help. Yeah, it doesn't really help for me to have things that give me more energy in an area that constantly steals all my energy and makes it impossible for me to regenerate my energy by standing on the ground. But hey, at least we've found the pathway to the boss. And at least it's a nice little... At least it's not actually... It's actually not a terrible run back. If we had to do that platforming every time, that would be significantly more difficult. But we very clearly don't. And I can just run in back to Vlad, the exiled sycophant. Because what I need to do is I need to just not take damage. So the fact that like the entire floor becomes dangerous is problematic. Because that makes it really hard for me to get even a single hit off. Yeah, it makes it very difficult for me to get even a single hit off with how much of the floor... I think that's the main problem I'm going to have with this boss fight, is just managing all the spikes on the floor more so than anything else. The boss did not look like they have that much health, though. And that could also be... That could also be the fact that the previous boss I fought before, this was one of the 2 final bosses of the game, who definitely had a lot of health talking. When I'm saying that, oh, the boss of this area is, like, not actually that dangerous from the health perspective. Though they are very dangerous from the environmental hazard perspective. Okay, can I just... how consistently can I get dodges off? Though it doesn't help that I can't really run up the wall very far. Yeah, this is not helpful for the boss. Yeah, this is not helpful with the boss. Just all the terrain hazards that they... okay, at least they broke them. Yeah, don't need health if the area itself is the danger. That is very true. If I can get my dodge timing on the crystals down a little bit better, I think I'll be in pretty good shape. Because I can kind of use those... I could kind of use attacking the boss. I use the air stall of my normal attack, because I get a little bit of air stall off that. I can use attacking the boss to get energy to hover. What other abilities do I have? I can use the fact that dodging... I have an ability equipped that means that if I successfully dodge an attack, my next attack, the boss deals extra damage. That helps. I think I have an ability somewhere that lets me dodge to get energy. Is that one I have? Like, this would also not be a terribly difficult boss if I could just stand in the middle the entire time. Yeah, if I could just, like, stand in the middle the entire time, this would actually be a very straightforward boss fight. But I, can't do that, really. Also, yeah, not being able to easily get to the boss to deal damage to them is somewhat problematic. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I do deal extra damage if I have taken damage. So I suppose there are some benefits of taking damage also in that it lets me deal more damage to the boss also. Ah, there, he's now connecting the crystals together. Which is the delay. Ah, shoot. the delayed spin there. Yeah, okay, this is definitely not going to be a quick first try boss. Like, I don't know why I would have expected that. I suppose one of the bosses I found last stream I did beat first try, but I think that was more dumb luck than anything. I think that was more just dumb luck than anything when I managed to beat a boss first try last stream, but well, we will get the boss. I need to get much better at the... I do need to just get much better at the dodge timing for the shards in the air. Because if I can... Yeah, if I can dodge the shards in the air, I'm in pretty good shape, I think. Yeah, the dodge timing there is a little bit more difficult than it seems. Also, depending on where the crystals go, I don't have very many safe spots I can jump between. And I can't really hover. Yeah, I can't really hover because if I touch the ground, I lose all my energy. Which is problematic as well. Yeah, that is problematic, quite problematic as well. So, Yeah, I'm just trying to think of the best way to approach the massive number of terrain hazards that this boss. Okay, he can reverse the direction he spins. Bosses in this game have fairly ridiculously large movesets as well, which makes actually learning all of the moves take a little while, since it's just, oh, you thought you learned all the moves. Here, let me reverse the direction I'm spinning the tunnel halfway through, or here, let me get an entirely new attack that, despite you having done this phase like 5 times, let me just get a new attack to mess with your pattern recognition. Which, I don't mind a ton. The bosses in this game tend to be fairly interesting, but also the bosses in this game tend to be fairly difficult. Also, the hitboxes on the crystals on the floor are significantly larger than I keep expecting them to be. Yeah, I keep expecting the hitboxes for the crystals on the ground to be like a half to a quarter the size they actually are. Which, I mean, they are visually very large crystals, but still. Still. Okay, I can at least, okay, I'm at least starting to do a little bit better with the dodging. Yeah, the dodge timing is not, because the dodge timing in this game is not the least generous dodge I've ever seen. Okay, he's gonna, the delayed dodging though. What am I even getting hit by? Oh, he's throwing out multiple crystals at once now. That is terrifying and problematic because now I don't have a easy spot to land. I suppose I can, when he's rotating, I can attack into air-to-air stall. Won't deal damage to him, but it gives me a split second to at least reorient myself. It at least gives me a split second to reorient myself, so I don't land on the spikes that he's spinning around. I will say, I do like how this boss is actually forcing me to think without having my energy again, because while I didn't have my hairpin, actually I got hairpin very early on. I kind of got hairpin and wall striders both pretty early on in the playthrough. So forcing me to think without constantly having energy, I really need to just not walk into the spikes on the ground. I think that's like half my trouble, is I just keep walking into spikes on the ground for no real reason other than they exist. If I'm standing on the ground and get attacked, I'm going to take damage regardless of if I dodge. Okay, I would have taken damage on that first bit. Okay, I can start attacking him sooner than I expect. I suppose that is good to know. I suppose that is good to know that if I start attacking him, it's going to be sooner than expected. At least a little bit sooner than expected after that phase, because that gives me a split second of... Yeah, that gives me a split second of extra damage. Though... Yeah, the fact that he keeps taking over, like, the entire floor of the arena when I can't hover. Because a boss like Friends was not... Yeah, a boss like Friends was fairly straightforward to defeat, because I could very easily keep my energy up. But I suppose they also kind of took over the entire floor of the arena. It was a lot easier for me. For some reason, Friends felt a lot easier for me to keep my energy up because they never faded. They didn't spend half their time faded into the background or up so high I couldn't hairpin them. Because I don't think I can... A background doesn't look like one I can climb around on. Yeah, that background doesn't look like one I can... Yeah, that's not a background I can climb up. So when Vlad either goes into the background to spin the level, or Vlad goes into the back, or like teleports way up high in the arena, there's just nothing I can actually do to keep myself from falling to the ground at that point. And falling to the ground means I lose all my energy. Yeah, falling to the ground then means I lose all my energy, which is unfortunate. Because I can't really... I suppose I can kind of run up the walls? Yeah, I suppose I can kind of run up the walls. Okay, when he does the spin, he always spins it back to the same initial position. Because I can't do anything about the crystals while they're in the air. Like, I can't attack them to break them or anything either, at least that I'm noticing. Yeah, the spinning makes it very difficult for me to actually dodge things. How long is it going to spin for? Because I can't even hit him while he's doing the spin attack. I just need to focus on dodging at that point. Okay, yeah, this is a surprisingly difficult boss fight. Not that I'm complaining. It is nice to have an actually challenging boss fight, but also this boss fight feels, at least to me, currently a little bit unfair at a couple of points. Which, I suppose, fair enough. I suppose it's fair that the boss itself feels unfair occasionally. Because I can hit the boss. Though, yeah, I need to not be on the ground when he's throwing crystals out. Since I'm basically all but guaranteed to take damage if that's the case. And basically all but guaranteed to take damage if I'm on the ground when he throws a crystal out. Also, he just spawned one, like, directly into me. Yeah, I need to just focus solely on dodging at that point when he's doing a slow spin. Or I suppose a fast spin also. Because, yeah, a little bit of a terrifying prospect. I can't get to the boss. It's just like, I can't get to the boss half the time because of the crystals. Okay, I definitely have my dodge timing wrong for that attack a lot of the time. At least he's not doing every ability. Also, when he's spinning, I occasionally get, like, moved up slightly. Which is kind of problematic. Yeah, it's kind of problematic. Also, I don't think I have enough... I don't think I dodged fast enough to dodge all 3 crystals in a row. Because, like, my dodge isn't instantaneous. It has a fairly considerable cooldown between times I can dodge. Which is making it a little bit tricky when he starts throwing out multiple crystals at once. So I need to figure out how to dodge that attack as well. somehow. Though also, completely... Yeah, this is like a completely 100% optional boss. Tucked into some side corner of the map. Which, fair enough on the difficulty for an optional boss fight. Since odds are anybody who makes it to this boss fight probably has completed a decent portion of the game at that point. Just due to the fact that they're not easy to find. This is not an easy boss fight to actually find. Which, I think the best I've done for the first half of his health bar. I don't have to get 100% of the way through his health bar. I don't have to get 100% of the way through his health bar. I just have to get far enough through the health bar. Yeah, I just have to get far enough through the health bar. Okay, he's going to... Yeah, running along the floor actually seems to be the best strategy when he throws out multiple. So now he's going to do the spin for, like, all eternity. Yeah, he's going to then reverse spin. I'm going to take damage because there's just too much stuff going on for me to consistently dodge everything here. Okay, that did knock him down. Why does it feel like I just got shoved into a washing machine with him? Why is that the first place my brain goes when it starts spinning? That was my best attempt so far. Yeah, that was definitely my best attempt so far. But it feels like I just got stuck in a tumble dryer or like a washing machine or something. At the end there, and that was just an interesting little end there. I was not expecting that. I got him very, very close on his health bar. Because I only needed to get through the white portion of his health bar. The black portion of both of our health bars is basically completely useless. So it's not just... Yeah, it's not just Vlad's health bar. And it's not just my health bar where the white... Where it's only the white portion of the health bar that actually ever matters. I definitely did not take nearly as much damage in the early phases. Yeah, I definitely did not take nearly as much damage in the early phase. I need to land in that gap, then the big gap. Because I can kind of predict where I need to dodge. Okay, I am also getting better at the dodge timing. So that's not to say the dodge timing's easy. Yeah, it's definitely not to say that the dodge timing in this game is in any way, shape, or form easy to work with. Okay, we're going into spin mode. Ah, yes. Take a bunch of damage that I definitely can afford to take. Yeah, because I can definitely afford to take massive amounts of damage in this boss fight. It's not like I only have 6 hits worth of health. Or that has to last me for an entire boss fight. Which is terrifying. That's been terrifying for like every boss fight in the entire game. Just the lack of healing during a boss fight is like they are balanced the boss fights are generally fairly balanced feeling, but they are definitely balanced on the difficult end of, or the difficult side of everything. Okay, I can dodge. Yeah, I can dodge. I'm getting better at the dodge timing, which does come in helpful. Though this is not a great spot to be. Yeah, not always a great spot to be in. Though, yeah, using my attacks to air stall at weird... When there's just weird combinations of floor spikes for actually being able to get around does seem to largely work. Yeah, I can dodge. Yeah, I am getting consistent-ish at the dodging. Okay, and then I want to keep them kind of at least a little bit clustered on the ground. I need to be as careful as possible with the spin dryer phase. Because the spikes definitely do hurt quite a bit to land on. Yeah, the spikes definitely hurt quite a bit to land on. Okay, can I got so close again. So close again. I just... It's hard for me to not get hit when I start tumbling around with him. Which means... Because, like, I have to get close to him, but also very, very erratic movements. Just bouncing around inside the arena. Though, as I'm figuring out how the boss fight's working, it's feeling more and more fair, I suppose, as well. Because I think I called it a little bit unfair earlier. But that's not really accurate. It was more, I think it was more just, it felt unfair because some of these attacks feel a little bit like I'm just getting sniped from nowhere at a couple of points in time. Which does start to feel a little bit like I'm playing just a game of chance against the boss. I should have attacked him in the center there instead of waiting for him to fall down, because this first phase... Yeah, this first phase, the boss does not do the reverse spin. Okay, please come back into the arena. And please don't just destroy my entire health bar. Okay, he's gonna do the double spin. Yeah, this boss fight feels a lot more like a just survival challenge than an actual boss fight. Though I do not have enough health to spin. That sounds like BS if you ask me. A little bit at times, because it does occasionally feel like I'm just getting like he just like pulls a spike out of the ground directly under me and just... I'm not entirely sure how to avoid that bit of damage. I need to climb up to the boss, not run into the lower part of the area. Though for the most part, the boss does feel not super crazy RNG heavy, but I don't know. The fact that this is the first boss in the game where where's the closest spot I can just fall into a bit of damage and respawn? Because I'm now short 1 health, and I also can't get to the boss because of the fact that everything steals my energy. Yeah, but also, like, the fact that this is the first boss in the game where I've even had any inkling that it, like, feels even a little bit unfair does say something about the just general quality of most of the boss fights in this game. Which, not honestly terrible. Okay, there we go. Take 2 on the run back, apparently. Because as far as I can tell, if I fall down that... If I get hit by that landmine and fall down that gap, I can't really get back from that position to the boss fight. Or the Overseer, even, without just burning my last little bit of health. Which, I suppose. Yeah, it's not... Doesn't feel like a terrible boss fight. I have played enough Metroidvanias and Souls-likes and stuff that I am very well accustomed to boss fights that just... Especially like indie-like style Metroidvanias and Souls-likes. I have played a massive number of boss fights that just feel like just the biggest RNG fest in the entire planet. For no reason other than I don't think the developers ever actually play tested their boss sometimes. So, but any game that only has like 1 or 2 bosses that feel like they have something unfair in their mechanics is, in my opinion, a fairly well put together game. Because it's like, I'm going to notice every little thing about any boss in any game, because I just play enough. I just play enough games to have noticed, like, every single way things can be put together in a Metroidvania / Souls-like style. Are you gonna really do this attack again? Because now he's gonna tumble dryer me, and I don't have, like, any health. I think if I can get to the second time where he does this slow spinning with a reasonable-ish amount of health, I'll be fine? Probably? But also, yeah, a little bit difficult to dodge that spinning without being able to hover. Though, this does stand out as a very unique boss fight, solely due to the fact that it does, like, fairly severely restrict your ability to actually use your abilities. Which, like I said, is not something that MIO as a game seems to be particularly afraid of doing. Yeah, if I'm on the ground when one of these, like, crystal spikes flies through the air, I am guaranteed to take damage. Because there's absolutely nothing I can do at that point to avoid taking damage. Honestly, just sticking on the ground seems... Or trying to stay lower down in the arena when he's spinning seems to be a fairly well built, or a fairly halfway solid strategy. Yeah, I do like my crystal or my dodge, meaning I deal extra damage. The delayed spin, though. Okay, he's gonna throw 1, 2, 3 crystals at me. I want to make sure they're sanely placed on the ground. Ah, yes. I need to use the fact that I can air stall more than I normally keep doing. I have zero clue how I managed to dodge that. Okay, that was... I at least got to the tumble dryer phase again. But I didn't have nearly enough health going into it. I mean, every boss fight in this game ultimately gets to the point where it feels like or every other boss fight has ultimately gotten to the point where it feels like I'd be able to beat it without taking damage if I just played well, but I haven't not gotten to that point on this boss fight yet, which is interesting. Because it does almost feel like I have to take damage at a couple of points in the boss fight. At least either that or I'm completely just missing a mechanic. Because yeah, that is also entirely possible. Why did I not land on the ground there? Okay, you're gonna spin. Yeah, you're gonna spin. The teleporting around, the teleporting up where I can't hit him is... Granted, if I was a boss fight, I would do the exact same thing, but... So I can't fully blame the boss for doing what I would use as my exact same strategy. I can't blame the boss for doing exactly what I would do at times. Though I will say, it is a very, very good thing that I have as many damage upgrades as I do at this point. Okay, you're gonna do your delayed. Which one of the four is delayed seems to be fairly random. Okay, he's in tumble dryer. I should just not have tried to hit him there. I suspect is what I should have done. Though the laser beams in the middle make it much harder to not take damage when he's spinning the arena. Because they're timed right as you need to be jumping across the arena in order to avoid taking damage from the spikes on the ground. Though the laser beams are dodgeable. Yeah, the laser beam attack is dodgeable in the middle. And I suppose dodging also gives me a little bit of air stall. So I need to use my attacks and dodges to stall in the air instead of hover. Especially because hover is really good for recentering on the ground, which is not something I can easily do in this boss fight. Yes, I'm basically guaranteed to take a hit at that point. And that point because I was up in the air and have no way to sufficiently air stall. Okay, are you gonna spin? You're gonna spin. I took a lot of damage in that phase. Yeah, I took way too much damage in that phase. Kind of why I keep having to jump across the middle of the arena. Though I will say I can kind of control where the spikes ultimately land. Though also, I don't have nearly enough health right now. Because yeah, I can kind of very, very slightly control okay, I need to I needed to dodge that laser, and I may or may not have dodged slightly too early. I am consistently starting to make it further through the boss fight, though. Though I am still taking a lot of damage from things that I'm not entirely sure how to avoid, because there's not great ways for me to... I don't see great telegraphs for several of the attacks that are fast enough for me to respond to, because there's no dash ability in this game. Or rather, the dash ability in this game requires both something to grapple off of. Yeah, the dash ability in this game both requires something to grapple off of, as well as a platform, or as well as a full bar of energy to be able to trigger the grapple ability. Yeah, I'm basically guaranteed to take damage if I'm hovering in the air. But I need to deal damage to the boss by hanging out up in the air. I don't know, that just feels like a very contradictory combination, because like if the boss does certain attacks while I'm attacking them in the air, then there's just like feels like nothing I can actually do to dodge the attack. Okay, you're gonna stumble. Okay, you're gonna do 1, 2, 3. Though there is a danger spot on the ground. You're gonna then tumble dry or spin me, and I'm going to run out of health because I just do not... I don't have a good way to deal with that phase without taking damage currently. So yeah, like most of this game's mobility, like movement options require energy, and you just... I don't get much of that in the fight. And if at any point I touch the ground, I lose all of my energy. That timing is a little bit crazy on that landmine there. Yeah, landmine has slightly tight timing, which I suppose kind of makes a little bit of sense. Though, given if I fall down, I don't really have a way to recover. Short of just coming down here and death warping repeatedly. Doesn't feel the best. Though I suppose it's not terrible. I don't know. I am figuring it out. I am figuring out the boss. They're just not an easy boss, because at least half because of the fact that they steal all your energy if you touch the ground, but also half because some of the attacks feel weirdly difficult to actually dodge. At least to me. Like I said, it's entirely possible I'm just not connecting like two dots between different game mechanics, and that's making my life more difficult, but yes, that is definitely a possibility. That I can't discount that possibility. Also, my dodge timing there was just terrible. Yeah, if my dodge timing's terrible, then I also kind of just get absolutely wrecked by the boss fight. Yeah, the tumble dryer without the lasers isn't terrible, because I don't have to worry about dodging them in the middle. I don't have to worry about dodging the lasers in the middle at that point. I'm dealing a pretty good chunk of damage. I want to group the crystals together. I want to group the crystals on the ground together. Okay, you're gonna stumble there. I am learning. Yeah, with the triple crystals, I just need to be very, very careful. Yeah, where are the lasers gonna go? Between... Okay, I did not successfully pull that dodge timing off. Yeah, it's just this tumble dryer phase lasts way longer than I think it does as well. And then there's this phase. He takes damage bouncing around that phase. I noticed that time. So all I have to do is wait out that phase by somehow not taking a bunch of damage. Though the point when he turns on contact damage, I think I've taken damage on every single time. Because the boss normally doesn't deal contact damage, except apparently he deals contact damage every time in Tumble Dryer phase. And triggers that fairly quickly. Okay, so that is more information to work with. Yeah, that's more information that I have to work with, which does help my survivability, at least a little bit. Though I did just take 2 damage from that phase, which is not honestly super great. Okay, he's gonna then spin. I really need to get to be able to get to this point without taking damage. I think is at least one thing I need to work on is getting to this point in the boss fight with more full health. Okay, he's gonna do 1, 2, 3. And I can't even get to the boss to hit him. Which feels a little bit unfair. Okay, he's gonna pop the spike out there. Okay, that's 1 fewer damage than I've taken on that phase in the past. I have specific points I'm trying to jump between in the arena. Because there are a couple of spots that I can kind of, if I can make it between them, then I'm in surprisingly good shape. Okay, he's going to Tumble Dryer. Is he not going to Tumble Dryer yet? No, he's not going to Tumble Dryer yet. Well, why did he suddenly change his attack pattern there? Why did he suddenly change his attack pattern? He's done Tumble Dryer after that phase every single time before. Except for the one time I step away from him slightly for when he enables his collision, or his hitbot, or his, like, contact damage. And then of course I take damage from the landmine. I'm going back. Because if I take a hit from that landmine, it knocks me back just enough that I can't make it. Even if I wanted to attempt with 1 fewer health, if I take the hit from the landmine, I can't make it to the spot to take the extra, or to attempt it with the extra, or with the lower health. I don't know. The boss fight having low energy or taking your energy away is at least unique and a little bit interesting. That little bit of the run back feels weird to me. Yeah, keep you on your toes. Yeah, this is far from the first time a boss in this game has pulled that on me. It's like, the moment I have a plan to deal with some phase transition or whatnot, they just pull out like an entirely new either attack pattern, or several of the bosses at that point have been like, oh, you've done like 15 attempts against this boss. How about I add a new attack now? Or, why add a new attack? Who knows? Why didn't that trigger the first 15 times I fought the boss? Also, who knows? But that is definitely something that this game is prone to doing. That's definitely something this game is very much enjoys doing. I need to not take damage, or I need to not be on the ground, or stationary on the ground when trying to dodge these crystal attacks. Okay, I at least hit him before he started the spin dryer phase. Since if I do a successful dodge, it like targets the enemy, which means I deal a bunch of extra damage to them, which is super nice. Okay, how are you doing this? Are you doing 3? You're doing 3. 1. Because if I just slowly walk along the floor, if I slowly walk along the floor, I can cluster the triple attack together into one spot, which means I have larger open areas I can land on during this phase. Which, having larger open areas I can land on during that phase... Why did he reverse direction there? That was like the worst possible moment he could have done that. Though apparently now I can't even trust he's going to switch to tumble dryer mode here. Because, yeah, he didn't do it again. No, he did do it again. He did do it again, but I took damage. Oh yeah, this is a very good Metroidvania for the most part. I'm just complaining about this one particular boss. Feeling a little bit like an RNG fest to me still. But yeah, MIO as an overall game is like... I would put it on the same tier as I'd put like the Hollow Knight Silk Song and like Nine Souls, so... definitely a good Metroidvania. It's just this one boss. Which I suppose is also a completely optional boss that I wasn't even expecting to have to deal with. I have no clue how I managed to avoid taking damage right there. Yeah, so sometimes I just have no clue how I'm like avoiding taking a hit from some like random attack. Can I please just hit the boss a couple more times? I suppose. Yeah, this particular boss just feels a little bit more RNG heavy than a lot of the other ones. Yeah, the shoot the Deku games in Majora's Mask were a nightmare for you. I believe it. Yeah, those spikes also pop way further out of the wall than I keep expecting them to. Like way closer to the center of the arena. I have not beaten Ati yet. I kind of... Only thing I've done this stream was find washing machine of RNG feeling boss fight. Yeah, find the washing machine of what feels like a very RNG heavy boss fight. Which is weird. This game normally has done a pretty good job of not having a boss fight feel like I'm fighting the game's RNG instead of a boss. So now, are you gonna do another set of crystals instead of tumble dryer mode? You are. Why? What determines which mode you transition into? Yeah, I mean, I do know exactly where Ati is. I've known where they are for like 6.5 eternities. Okay, now you're gonna do tumble dryer mode again. Which this mode feels just hard for me to consistently survive without taking a ton of damage. This mode just feels difficult for me to survive without taking a ton of damage. Okay. I mean, that works. This becomes easier when you use... If I land, I lose all my energy, is the problem. But, like, it's kind of difficult for me to... Okay, now I at least have my ability to have energy again. Because that's kind of been was the problem for the entire boss fight, is if I landed on the ground, I lost all my energy, like, instantly. Which makes it hard to get around. Have I already been up here? I feel like I've already been up here. Maybe not? I don't know. This whole area is also a giant maze of pipeways and tunnels. So the fact that I no longer lose my energy at the very first moment I even look at the ground funny does help a little bit. I think I can climb back up. Yeah, I can. Because, yeah. There's more stuff in that room. I mean, I know there's definitely more stuff just tucked around. I mean, there is a crystallizer here. I don't know if the crystallizer is actually helpful, because as far as I'm aware, I've actually bought out the entire shop for the game. But yeah. Basically, how the stream's gone is, step one, did it rotate back? It did. Yeah, step one was basically find the last 3 fragments that I was missing of the passcode to this area. And then I've been just trying to get through this area since that point. Since it is a rather large area. I feel like I've already been up here. Yeah, because I remember that crystallizer. I suppose I could jump out of the pipes to the right side. Yeah, to like the right side of the arena, I could jump out of the pipe there. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing a hidden pathway somewhere. But yeah, that was an interesting boss fight, I think is how I'm gonna describe it. I will say that's one of the only boss fights where, like, parts of the boss fight actively felt kind of unfair to me. Though I do need to, at some point, switch back from combat loadout. There is an item down there. I see an item. I need to spin the exit to this corner? Yeah. This is another coding fragment. This is a candle. That might be the last candle I need to collect. Yeah, that might be the last of the candles I need to collect, potentially. But yeah, I haven't been, like, anywhere through here yet. Pearls with a fully functional core must not be disposed of in the pit. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? My initial and potentially very incorrect thought is that I need to go and take, like, 1 hit of damage so I have 0 health. Though I don't really have any reason for that train of logic. It's at least a train of logic. And something I can at least check. Because that's definitely... It's definitely a weird bit of text on a locked door. I will need to heal at some point and swap my loadout back over. Like, that's the only thing I can think of for not having a fully functional core potentially meaning. Yeah, only thing I can think of that having a fully functional core or not having a fully functional core could mean is having... No, it's not that. Huh. Huh. Do I need to bring a... I know there's a lot of broken robots around the map. Is there a broken robot somewhere that I can bring with me to that location? Potentially? I'm just trying to think of what that door could mean. And I mean, there's also still the ongoing comment of how much stuff have I missed in this game, given I missed an entire area with a, like, full-on boss fight. Because, like, I thought I had found basically all the major stuff. Honestly, the knocker stuff really doesn't help outside of the free Nakra at Basins. So I suppose I can equip... I do like the enhanced dodge being consistently equipped. I don't know, though the energy on ground doesn't really matter to me that much. The main thing is that gratitude is just really expensive to always keep equipped. Yeah, gratitude just is expensive for me to always keep equipped for basically any purpose. Like, I don't intend to get hit by enemies. I suppose I can equip the Nakra one just to keep collecting Nakra for no apparent reason. But yeah, what could that even mean? That can't... Units with a fully functional core cannot be disposed of. I didn't see any in... I didn't see any in Manufactory. I didn't see any of those enemy types in Manufactory anywhere. I know there's several up, like, around the upper portions of the ship. And we do have... Yeah, I know there's more in the upper portion of the ship, and we do have the candle. The candle could be tied... I don't think the candle's tied to progression on... We're figuring out how to get through that door. I don't think the candle is tied to getting through that door at all. I'm just trying to think of what could possibly... What that could possibly mean. That's just a strange... This is a strange... What I'm doing right now is I'm just going to run and go turn in the candle. Since that feels like... At least feels like something to do. Oh, there's a guy up here on the roof. Hello, customer. Or former customer, I should say. The workshop is closed. If you hadn't heard the news from Mel, I suggest you talk to her. As for me, I'm itching to take the road again. There are a lot of places I haven't seen. The observatory, the embedding chamber, the library. And of course, lots of hats to be made. On my own this time. No more relying on Mel. I'm a big unit, after all. No more doors, though. I'm done with those. Plus, you won't always be around to help me. That's probably true enough. Yeah, I do know exactly where Atip is located. I'm gonna turn in the candle. Oh, hold on. I definitely equipped a weird combo because I want to keep Protective Overlay equipped. I'm just like, wait, why do I only have 4 health? What's the fastest way to... Apparently the map just didn't fully load things. I'm like, what's the fastest way to... I think it's Ozma is the name of the pearl that got destroyed that I've been taking the candles to. If I'm not misremembering, at least. If I'm not misremembering, at least, which it's entirely possible I am. So I think they are just off the left. I know exactly where they are, even if I have a chance that I'm misremembering them. I don't think I am, though. And I think, if memory serves, I could have taken that elevator also. If memory serves, I think we were only missing... Okay, I at least can't pick up any random unit. We were only missing, I think, 1 or 2 candles. No, we were missing 3. Okay, we're actually missing a few candles. I have a cutscene, apparently, maybe? I do have a cutscene. Okay, where are we now? Your arrival is a gift, Keeper. Please, the eye awaits. Oh, we're continuing the cutscene where we were climbing all the way up to the observatory. Yeah, we got... Because this is how I even found the observatory in the first place, was these cutscenes.
My dearest companion.
So, interesting. Yeah, they did kind of get very much destroyed at one point.
How I missed you.
Though,
It feels lonely here on my own, among the stars. Look. Just out of sight.
Though we are missing... We are missing at least several candles, it looks like. Though, where we're missing candles, I have...
Our made-up home.
No clue.
Clear is fighting for it.
He is fighting for it.
I can see...
That was the heart's name, I think.
She needs our help. Our essence.
I mean, we are... The fact that I'm still finding things in this game. Yeah, the fact that I'm still actively finding things tucked all over this game is honestly super cool. Because I like how many secrets this game has. And they're not like small, like single item hidden in a corner type secrets. They're like entire, completely missable areas type secrets. And this is despite knowing where both the final bosses of the game are located.
My dear. Save the...
Yeah, there's... At this rate, I might have another MIO stream next week to get the other ending, because I keep getting, like... I just keep getting sidetracked. Collecting items. And I'm also missing 2 coding components and a bunch of lore items. Oh, was that all the candles? That might be all the candles. I just got a tribute honor Asma's memory. The defective core increases the number of modifier slots but disables the protective coat entire. Why does that feel like how I get through that door? I believe I now know how to get through the door. Because I have a sneaking suspicion I can equip that item. Did I never... Oh wait, I have to go down and around again. I was about to say, did I never open up this elevator up to this area? No, it's because I have to go down here to get to the elevator. I mean, that would explain why I why my plan... Actually, if this does open the door, that means that my idea of running out of health, at least, was at least in the correct general direction for how to resolve the issue. I need to go down to Redacted and left, not to the Nexus. I need to go back down into vaults in order to... I still don't know why the two Overseer networks are completely separated. It feels like at some point in the game they get connected, so I didn't have to do this run back to this shuttle every single time I needed to get to the lower half of the map. But, suppose it is what it is. We are definitely making it. We're definitely making progress of some unknown mysterious variety. Because I can warp from lab back to manufactory, equip that modifier. Yeah, I can warp back to manufactory, equip that modifier, and check the hit store again. I think that does mean we actually finally got all the candles we needed. Because I can then equip defective core. Because I no longer have a functioning core. Presumably. I presumably no longer have a functioning core. Though keeping gratitude for the one extra layer of safety hopefully doesn't mess with anything, because that's not actually a protective layer. And most things seem to count that one layer a little bit in a little bit of a funny way. I've noticed. Gotta run back there. I do wish that this game had a dash ability of some sort solely to make it faster to traverse through these areas as I'm like just running back and exploring, because it does take a minute. The door's open. I don't know where this leads. But so my theory wasn't completely off. Yeah, my theory wasn't completely off base then. That I needed to somehow have 0 health in order to make it in here. I've seen was top of the elevator in the city. No. No, I have not. There's still definitely things I'm missing all over this game. I think that might be the next thing I go track down as how to get up there. That is slightly creepy. Because the elevator keeps saying elevator blocked. Though I have all abilities now. So in theory, I should be able to figure it out. The pit. Where they come to die. That is not an ominous name at all. Definitely recommend checking it out. I think that's where I'll head after this area. This is I don't like how those hands are watching me. I did see a pathway off to the left. But I'm also going to take my default methodology of explore an area by step 1, running all the way to the right. Because that seems to normally be a fairly effective strategy. If I enter an area on the left side, run all the way to the right. Gratitude is going to be very, very useful in this area. Yeah, having the 1 extra health from gratitude, I think, is going to presumably save me quite a bit of pain. How did I even get hit there? That really felt like I just got, like, hit through the floor. Yeah, that really did feel like I just got hit through the floor. Oh, I suppose I can climb around, can't I? Yeah, I think having gratitude is going to be very, very nice for that one layer of protection it gives me. Who are you? Who am I? Uh-oh. Actually, maybe I do explore these tunnels as I go. Because I don't know what dead ends and what doesn't. Also, let me make sure I actually keep my gratitude equipped. Or, like, charged up. Okay, there's an entire overseer down here. Fascinating. I, can't change my modifiers down here. I was about to go. That means I can unequip my modifier that deals damage. But, negative. Negative on being able to unequip my modifier. Yeah, there are indeed enemies. And I have 1 health. I've got 1 health. Which I suppose is 1 more than 0. But also not terribly useful. Was that counting as me standing not on the ground? I think it was. I think the game was counting that spot as me standing not on the ground over there. This is I'm not sure if creepy is the right word for it. But the fact that this whole area is, like, completely monochrome is, if not creepy, at least unnerving? I think unnerving is the word I'm looking for. That looked like a face. Why did that look like a face in the goop? You again. Where are we going? I think down. I think the answer is down. I think the answer of where I'm trying to go is just down somewhere. Somehow. Need to make sure I have my extra 1 health from gratitude, though. Because not having that would be unfortunate. Okay, I need to jump here. I think I need to time that jump a little bit better. Cause yeah, okay, I can sneak around. Yeah, the fact that this whole area is seems to be, at least to me, completely like 100% optional is fascinating. Okay, normally I can climb up gloom waterfalls in the background, but apparently not that time. Yeah, apparently I can't climb up them that time. For whatever reason. Is there a pathway up? There is a pathway up. Not sure why I went around as slowly as I did. Is that a short... I'm guessing it's a shortcut back to the Overseer? Problem is I don't remember where this room is. Though it was on... I recognize it as being on the path I took over here, at least. I'm not sure what we're looking for down here. I'm assuming there's going to be something that's, like, obviously the end of the area. I mean, that feels very end of area, or at least next step through area E. Unknown object. Fragment of island, the spine. This fragment is several centuries old, yet among the most recent found in the pit. The incumbent at the time was named Island. Sharp edges and smooth surface. As broken as the bonds between the pearls. What is that? Oh, that's this type of item. What's that useful for? Because Severed Fingertip opened up, like, a massive amount of content. The pit. The silence. What? I can absorb tendrils. I'm not sure that extra damage is really needed at this point. I'm not sure I really need the extra damage at this point, but I will collect it anyways. Because it's something. Oh, we are in the silence. The pit is up. Okay, we at least have color back. I'm not going to be upset about that. I have no idea where we are on the map, though. Yeah, I have zero clue where we actually are currently. I'm guessing... How did that not hit me? I'm guessing I can... Okay, I can climb up these gloom waterfalls, though. That's... something? I don't know if there's anything actually up here. Okay, there is an item up here. Flash memory, incoming signal. Bits of data recovered on a dead unit, despite its complete shutdown. Origin of the signal, identified network of unregistered pearls. Description attached. Interlocutor is noisy, chatty, intrusive. Attune? Yes. Conversation protocol engaged. Oh, is that how you see us? Then why did you take our call this time? Error. Motive not found. There was no reason to answer. There was no reason not to answer. So, in other words, you were bored. You are capable of initiative. You know, we had a thought since last time. Would you like to join us? We swear you wouldn't be bored anymore. Observation. This unit cannot move. This unit cannot act. It's okay. Just upload your consciousness to ours. You don't need that shell anymore. Searching database. Conscience. What is a conscience? Search complete. Vocabulary expanded. Thought. Maybe. Conversation protocol ended. System migration initiated. Interesting. Because from what I've gathered so far, those all seem to come from Ember. That, as far as I can tell, that's the robot that they're coming from. I feel like I should explore right of the lower pathway before I explore the upper pathway. I don't know why I'm getting that vibe. But given we came up this elevator, I want to check. Okay, there is actually nothing over there. I was about to say, I want to check that there's not anything over to the right of the elevator first. One step at a time. The music in this area, I can hear what sounds like the heart's heartbeat in this area. I'm guessing that's where the elevator is. Is there anything up there? No, I climbed out of the area. I definitely climbed out of the pit at this point. Interesting. This is not the easiest area to get to without an overseer. And this isn't the easiest area to get to without or from any of the other overseers. So I kind of want to explore it more. I can't tell if we're missing. I mean, I'm presuming we're missing at least something in this area. I'm just less sure as to exactly what. I mean, I will take the old core. Yeah, I will take a old core. I don't know what they're if they're actually useful for anything. We bought out Mel's shop also. Yeah, we bought out Mel's shop completely at this point. So I'm not sure the old core is actually worth anything to me. Though the fact that that implies that we are still definitely actively missing bits of old core is concerning for collection's sake. Because I am interested in at least finding all the items I'm aware of existing that I need to find. Though where most of them are is very much a mystery. Has a very long ways down. And I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to land right in goop water. Yeah, I was about to say, I have a sneaking suspicion that if I jump down, I'm just going to land directly into a bunch of goop water. And, my suspicion appears that it was correct. Though I was surprisingly close to not landing in a bunch of goop water. Okay, that time I didn't. There was a tunnel to the left over here that I hadn't been in either. And I want to figure out what's down here. There is at least an item down here. Flash memory, incoming signal, download. Bits of data recovered from a dead unit despite its complete shutdown. Origin of the signal, unknown network of registered pearls. Yes, conversation protocol engaged. Why were you cast here? You are not like us. Observation 1. This is a disposal center for non-compliant pearls. Observation 2. This unit is not a broken or otherwise misshapen pearl. This unit is a fully functioning LiDAR. Observation 3. A LiDAR's task is to find a habitable planet. Observation 4. Planets found by this unit, none. Conclusion. This unit is a failure. How sad. You shouldn't diminish yourself like that. Sounds like a hard job. Almost impossible. You did your job, or you did your best. We're sure of it. What are you going to do now? Proposition, nothing. Cause, this unit has no further instructions. Conversation protocol ended. Let me die. Okay, that's also still slightly creepy. Also, I never found the overseer for this overseer or for this connection to the overseer network, which is at least somewhat interesting because it implies I'm probably still missing something. Yeah, you went through this area. How did you miss all of this? Honestly, with how many things this game just has hidden everywhere, I'm pretty sure that no matter how much I explore, I'm going to be missing things. Like, I think that no matter how well you explore, things are going to be missed. Because there is who knows how much stuff. Because I'm guessing that those are... Actually, that might not be Ember who was that destroyed unit in particular. I do remember that one of the conversation logs came from Ember. But those ones seem like they might not be. This one seems like they might not have come from Ember. They've come from somebody else. But I do have the shortcut out of the pit opened at least. But it really does feel like I'm still missing several somethings down here. Though the pit is... It's not a very useful map for finding pathways that I've missed stuff along. I think I've already been up here. I have not been up here yet. There's another old core up here. Slowly finding... I mean, I suppose if this is a disposal yard, finding old cores here is not entirely surprising to me. But also, there's definitely stuff missing, or that I'm missing up here. And I'm suspecting, given how many twisting and turning pathways this area has, it's not the only thing I missed on my run through. Because I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess there's probably things hidden. Because that looks like a shortcut up from somewhere. Yeah, this looks like a shortcut leading up from somewhere. I don't know if my marker actually... Okay, my marker indicator there does actually move a little bit. Okay, gotta heal. Because I can I think I can use my markers to maybe leave at least some indicators as to where I'm very definitely missing something that is the marker from the wrong side again. Because I can sneak okay, I can sneak below. Because I definitely don't think I've been over this way yet. Okay, there is another old core over here. I do wonder how many old cores I'm missing. Yeah, I do wonder how many old cores I'm missing. Given I thought I had them all. I mean, though clearly not. Leave me alone. Yeah, because I do wonder how many old cores I've missed around the map. Okay, let's not take damage from that falling goop. I think it almost looks like there is something down here. I'm not sure if I've been this way yet or not. I have not been this way. There is another old core. How many old cores are in this area, I wonder? Also, I need to take a sip of water before I start coughing. Whew. I do wonder if I've missed old cores in other areas as well. Answer being probably. Yeah, answer being probably I've missed old cores elsewhere as well. This game is going to take actually forever to fully explore, isn't it? Because there are so many things just tucked away down here. I want to get my health back and then sneak up. There we go. Yeah, I mean, I am generally pretty good at exploring a game if I'm in, like, fully explore the game headspace. Is there anything over this side? Because I suspect nothing over that side still. nothing there. It feels like there was at least a pathway further this way. Yeah, there are so many things tucked into this area. Because this leads to the far side of that platforming little mini challenge I just did. So that's not terrible. I can hover along the floor here, but I have already been that way. I want to wait for my energy to be fully restored, then I want to climb back up here. Yeah, this area feels like it has a lot of stuff or still feels like it has something I'm missing. Though it could be... I suppose I could be wrong. And I could have found everything from this area already. But also... honestly, who knows? Who honestly knows where all the secrets in this game are? Certainly not me. I don't think there's anything along the ceiling of that room. I don't see anything up top along the ceiling. Though, you know, I'm coming to the realization that a lot of these pearls were probably still fully conscious when they got dropped down here, given that they created their own network. Given that they created their own network of some variety. Okay, I like how I could actually probably climb up that elevator shaft with the elevator in the lower position. I don't think that actually is going to give me anything. Well, if the game gives me weird little bits of collision I can stand on, I'm going to stand on them. I'm going to stand on every little weird bit of collision that the game gives me the opportunity to. 'Cause, yeah, I didn't ever find an overseer down there. Is one of the things that has me thinking I've missed a pathway somewhere. That was a ledge. There was definitely a ledge off to the right. But I think I already got the item off that ledge. I'm kind of just trying to check that I didn't miss some secret, at least that I can reasonably be expected to find. Just with how much this game has tucked into like every corner of the map. Honestly, the more I'm playing MIO, the more I'm finding that this game is like one of the most in-depth built games I think I've played in a very long time. Okay, I think I may have actually finished finding everything hidden in this area. Because I'm not, or at least I'm not seeing any more indicators that I'm missing something obvious. Like, there's no obvious barriers or tunnels, though. Because the Overseer could just not exist, given the nature of the area. What's the fastest actual Overseer for me to get to? Probably this one. Off to the right, because I don't think I remember this pathway being particularly dangerous. I don't think I remember this pathway past the remnants of Solong being something absurdly dangerous. I do need to climb up the correct tunnel, though. I do still feel slightly bad for defeating Saw Long, because for whatever reason, they just felt like a friendly little helper that just got a little bit angry at me for some reason. Because I know I'm deaf, because yeah, next spot I'm going to go check out is, I'm going to try to figure out, I don't know how to get up the city elevator, though. You'd think I'd know how to get up that elevator by now. You'd definitely think I'd know how to get up that elevator at this point, but no. It's, overly complicated. Or at least not a set of things I have mentally put together as a viable pathway to get somewhere. I need my energy to climb up this wall to get to the Overseer. There we go. Now we're actually back into a normal-ish area of the map. And very soon I will once again have health. Because, little bit lacking in the health department still. Just due to the fact that I have my defective core modifier equipped. I could probably run into the pit from this direction. Yeah, I could probably run into the pit from this direction and explore it with actual health instead of with defective core, now that I have it open. Okay. But hey, at least I have modifier slots. Or at least I have health again. Very, very much appreciated. Very much appreciated, game. Okay, so city elevator. My two working theories are that there's a way for me to actually climb up the elevator shaft itself. Or there's a way for me to climb up one of the two sides of the elevator shaft that I just have been missing as I explore the game. I'm just not sure which one of those is more accurate. I walked right past the elevator there. That's not the map button in this game. I could take the elevator all the way up. I'm going to unmark that marker because I don't think that's actually a valid marking. I still don't know what's behind, like, this store or... Like, there's still doors that are locked also. I think the fastest way is to go to Workshop and then warp to the Overseer close to the elevator. I suspect that's the fastest way to get over there. But honestly... Who knows? I could be completely misunderstanding any number of things in this game still, which, given how much of the game I've played, and I still feel like I'm misunderstanding things, and, like, missing obvious things, definitely says something about how much of a puzzle box this game actually is. Though, it's a very well put together. It's very well put together for how confusing it is. There's also the item way off to the right, over here somewhere that I just never picked up because every time I jump past it, I see it, but I don't have enough time to, like, hover over and actually repair it. Because, yeah, this is the left side of the elevator shaft. That is a very vertical wall. Elevator is obstructed still. I don't think I can climb up the inside of the elevator shaft successfully. I don't think I can climb up the inside of the elevator shaft successfully. Maybe I can climb up the outside or the pillar here? I'm just trying to think of where... Because it sounds like this elevator is presumably climbable. Though I'm not sure how to get up there. Could I climb up the left side of this room, maybe? Because I'm pretty sure that going to the right doesn't lead anywhere, because I think I've tried that before. I think I've tried going to the right before, and it just did not work. Please let me hairpin the enemy. And yeah, I mean, these guys used to take like 10 the way forward, but no, I can get here from inside as well. Which means that it's not immediately the pathway. And that's a very vertical wall also. That is just an elevator. How do I get up that elevator, though? Yeah, how do I... How do I get there? Because I see the elevator shaft. I'm guessing it's a tunnel somewhere? Yeah, I'm definitely missing something obvious. I'm just not sure what said obvious thing is. Yeah, that is... Cause yeah, it's like, I'm definitely missing something. I just don't know what I'm missing. I don't think it was anything over here. Like, I don't think it was anything off of this building. 'Cause I think I've tried to climb up here before, and it just did not work. Yeah, because I can't climb up there. And like, I'm trying to just look around and see if there's like some secret. Why does that look almost like there's a tunnel up top? That might just be world decoration. Yeah, what am I missing? Cuz I'm definitely missing something. Is it just further to the right than I've been looking? Because I suppose it could be something out here? That, like, I climb up and then go left? Yeah, I suppose that is also a possibility. Because, like, I need to get up here somehow. feels like there's something up here. But I can't figure out which direction I need to approach it from. Like, is there a way to get further to the right? Like, there's a platform with an item that I've jumped past out here somewhere. Yeah, there's definitely a set of platforms out there. Because I think that's not the first one I've seen. Yeah, that's not the first one I've seen, at least. So I think I need to go out the elevator. I think I need to go out the elevator. And then around. So I think I come up here, go out the elevator, go down and around, and I have to land on the platform as I'm falling down? Maybe. I could also be completely off base on how to find that, or on where the secret pathway is. Also, I think more and more of these robots are getting destroyed, or got destroyed by every tremor I came across. But I've definitely seen quite a few tremors, and... Okay, if I just jump once and hold right, where do I fall past? I fall all the way down. So what if I... Because, like, I'm basically trying to make a blind jump of faith into the middle of I don't know where. Also, apparently I zoomed my model out at some point. I have no idea how long my model's been zoomed out. I have no idea how long my model is zoomed out there for. I'm trying to make a blind jump onto what appears to be a set of platforms somewhere off in the void to the right. And a single jump was definitely not far enough. Because, yeah, a single jump was definitely not far enough. I think I need to double jump. And I'm probably going to need... I think that concerns me. I probably need to double jump and then hover. But I don't know how far over to hover. 1, 2... Okay, no wait, I can see them in the background, can't I? Yeah, I can see where the platforms are by looking at where they come from in the background. Oh, did I already get this? I did not get this item yet. I don't know if that's helpful or not. Okay, there's an item over here, or there's still more. How much stuff am I missing in this game? Yeah, so some of the background objects might be platforms. Yeah. I think I got that figured out. I think your message might have been delayed just long enough. There's an entire... Just an entire extra elevator I never found? What? I'm sorry, game. What? Because that is... That's crazy. Is there a platform... Or is there a tunnel anywhere along this wall falling down? Negative, and I just fell all the way down. I definitely meant to do that. Yeah, I definitely meant to fall down that hole right there. Okay, so that gets me at least somewhere else. So then I'm guessing I need to then platform back left? Back left from there? Maybe? This is honestly surprisingly difficult to find some of these secrets. Like, I knew there were more secrets in the game. I wasn't quite expecting this level of additional secrets just hidden in every corner imaginable. But I at least have a consistent way to get over there without doing blind jumps now that I've figured out how I can read the background objects to actually know where to hover. Or where to hover to. Because I can drop onto this one. I can then hover onto the second one. I need to have full energy, though. Because I can hover onto this one. And then I can hover even further to the right. I feel like definitely feels like I'm still missing some pathway somewhere. Because that almost looks like I should be able to stand on it, but I definitely can't. That platform ends sooner than I am mentally expecting it to. The entrance area you're looking for is in the dwellings, and it will take you to the city in that spot. Do I remember which area is called the dwellings? I don't know if I did. Is this the dwellings? Because the elevator shaft is in that direction. The elevator shaft is at least in that direction. I just fell straight into that hole again. So I think that is the dwellings. I have not been in that area for a very long time. It is the dwellings. It has been a rather long time since I've been through this part of this area of the game. Is there a hole in the ceiling? Is that a hole in the ceiling up there? Hold on. That is not assuming this is actually a pathway, that is not obvious in the slightest. Actually, it might not be a pathway. I'm guessing if there is a pathway, it's going to be somewhere along the upper reaches of this area. I'm using Knocker Engraver. Don't worry, I won't fight you. I know it needs to be done, and I know you do not do it lightly. My sister was a devoted artisan, but time has worn her sanity away. She can rest now. In her name, thank you. Yay, new lore. But bonus lore. Like, is there a spot that I can, like, climb up? I know what I'm looking for. I was about to say, that's kind of what I'm looking for. What's this? What's going on up here? That's new. That is definitely something new. Well, once again, I am playing the game of how long have I been missing this overseer? What? Did I just never find this overseer? I mean, I suppose that answers the question of where'd that one overseer that I didn't read the name of fly off to like 20 hours ago? She isn't dead. She isn't dead. They say she is, but she's not. I bet she would like to be dead, because now she cannot ever die. She's stuck in between, my love. Laura, what did they do to you? We cannot allow it to happen again. No more sacrifice. No more failures. Not even to bring new voices. The ship can sail without them. Door locked from the other side, because of course it is. But hey, I found an entire overseer that I did not realize existed. The fact that I just found an entire, not just like an area, but like an entire extra overseer just tucked into some corner somewhere is deeply amusing to me. Okay, how do I get up here? I think I climb up this way? Yep. Climb up here. Not sure really where I'm trying to get to right now. Noted. Noted on the ceiling there being slightly dangerous. Because I can relatively easily traverse a lot of this, it seems like to me. At least to me, it seems like a lot of this is relatively straightforward to traverse. I definitely messed up my traversal right there, though. Because now I can climb up here and around. Okay, I need to not jump there. I need to hairpin there. The fact that it respawns me all the way back here is kind of funny. Also, definitely a good thing I'm still in parkour/explorer loadout for getting through whatever this section is. But the fact that I'm found both ending or both final bosses, even if I haven't beaten one of the two yet, and I'm still finding like so many new just puzzles. Then this one was not a jump. This one I think was a 1-2. I mean 1-2 hover works, I suppose. Yeah, 1-2 hover, I suppose, works. Hey, look, Knocker Basin. Is this a new respawn point? Yes, this is a new respawn point. I was not expecting to launch straight into a wall of danger grass. Yeah, you were right. Yeah, it is. I'm somewhere around here-ish, I think. I think I'm somewhere around there-ish. Okay, I need to be careful when I'm trying to sneak down through this area. Because if I go too fast, I also take a lot of damage. Okay, that's a little bit more difficult to make it through safely than I initially anticipated. Though having glide does, I think, help out quite a bit. Okay, I can I can strider around the walls there. Yeah, I love how instead of respawn, it's the spawns around the slope instead of the flat ground. That is kind of funny. I don't know, it's not the weirdest respawn location the game's picked, because the game has picked on at least 2 occasions the middle of the air above some sort of dangerous obstacle as my respawn location. And I have yet to figure out why. Yeah, like there's a bunch of perfectly safe ground right here for it to respawn me on. I do not know how this game's stable ground logic works. I did not give myself enough time to heal my regenerating layer of health there. Because if I slow down... Slowing down does not seem to be an effective strategy. Oh, I can stop myself in place with Strider. I think that'll make getting through this part a little bit more consistent. Yeah, I think slowing down with Strider will make it a little more consistent getting through this first section of the room. Because I like how it just, like, immediately stops me, like, dead in my tracks. Because I just need to... I need to not jump on that one. Just gotta remember the correct combination, because I made it pretty far the first time. I mean, I suppose also if I'm gonna jump, I might as well... jump the correct spot. That was much closer than I would have liked it to be. Okay, we made it back to stable ground at least. That was a fun little platforming challenge. I liked that bit of ice physics. Is this the Overseer? This is the Overseer. I'm gonna update the map while I'm here. I feel like they expected you to do that platforming challenge with like Strider and Hairpin, but not Hover. Actually, maybe not even Strider. It feels like I have more ability than they expected. For that puzzle, at least. Okay, we found... Okay, this is the elevator. This is indeed the... Or this is not the elevator, this is an elevator. This is one of the 2 elevators that I very much wanted to find. Embedding Palace. Interesting. That's an entirely new area. Why do I feel like there's a boss fight up here? Metropolis Embedding Lift. I did open the door. I ran all the way back over to the Overseer and updated the map. Though I am an Explorer loadout, not combat loadout, and this looks like a boss fight. This is definitely a boss fight. This is definitely a boss fight. Sol and Vin, the last embedders. That was, what the heck happened to my health? I mean, I'm gonna switch over to combat loadout regardless. I'm gonna switch over to combat loadout regardless. But, excuse me? What happened to my health? Always programmed to kill you in 2 hits, doesn't matter how much health that you have. And I guess I don't need the extra protective overlay. And I just need... How much damage could I equip. Presumably quite a bit. Yeah, because it's just like, what happened to my health? Minosaurs was fairly fun. But also, my health. Just got, like, eviscerated. I mean, I gotta admit, I was not expecting that to be what happened. So, yay? Good on the game for actually managing to surprise me with something that is shockingly difficult to do in a lot of games. Is like actually legitimately surprise me. But yeah. So on that same level of fight like Ion, where you get absolutely destroyed the first many attempts, but then once you get it down, you feel like a god. There's definitely going to wind up being another MIO stream next week. I thought I was pretty close to the end of the game, but then I found multiple entire new boss fights. Yeah, I found multiple entire new boss fights, and also getting absolutely destroyed appears to be very accurate. That seems to be a rather accurate descriptor of what just happened. Because that... I did not last very long there. This is one of the few optional bosses in the game. I'm guessing that the boss to open up the pit was also an optional boss. I don't think there was any... Because I already had both final bosses unlocked. I don't know if Poltergeist was an optional boss. I don't remember if they were locking something useful behind them or not. I mean, optional boss being difficult does at least make some level of sense. Okay, they have their health pool isn't absurd. What is absurd is how few attempts or how little room for error there actually is. Because that is, I gotta admit, not a lot of room for making a mistake, given I die in 2 hits. That is terrifying. Can I send the elevator down without being in the elevator? I think I can, because that will make my run back a little bit faster. It's having to take the elevator ride every time. I feel like the elevator ride is going to get very annoying, because that just makes the run back longer. And like one of my general rules one of the things I generally find in games is that the longer the run back, the less difficulty you can get away with for the boss before people start complaining about the run back. And this run back it's not terrible, but it does take, like, I think next run back I'm going to time how long, or I'm going to count off about how long it winds up taking me to get back to the boss. But I think sending the elevator down each time is going to be at least a little bit useful. But yeah. If I get my extra health node from standing still. So gratitude... I did not mean to get in the elevator there. Okay, that might actually not be faster than if I can't consistently send it down without me. Though also, I won't be standing on the ground long enough for gratitude to trigger an extra health for the most part. Honestly, having both the full and damaged extra health equipped might be useful for this fight, just given the nature... Just given the nature of the fight. Okay, I need to be significantly more careful there. Yeah, why it might seem impossible when you were fighting this boss, you were able to get it off sometimes. I'm sure you can get it off sometimes, but it also feels like I'm not even making it long enough for that to matter right now. Oh, I said I was going to count off the time it took for the run back, and I just didn't do that. The run back isn't terribly long, but for how long the boss fight's realistically going to last, the run back feels like it's the same length as the boss fight's going to ultimately take. Which is somewhat entertaining, but also... why? Because also there's like the full cutscene that the bosses have to spawn in from. But also like... I definitely need to figure out the dodge timing for everything still. Because, if I can't dodge, I can't do anything. Anyways, this is about how long I run back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. That's a 30-second run back, basically, before I actually get back into the boss fight. It's a really long run back, given I'm lasting approximately 5 seconds in the boss. Not sure what I think of that run back time compared to the boss difficulty / how long you've survived the first, like, quite a few times, it seems like. I will beat the boss eventually. I do know that much. It's better than a lot of Souls-like run backs. I'll give it that much. So Souls-like games really love to put their bosses after like a 5-minute run back and have the bosses take like 50 to 100 attempts. I don't know why they do that. Because I think that's what puts a lot of people off the Souls games, is the boss run back more so than just the straight difficulty. Because, like, how am I supposed to... How am I supposed to even hit them half the time? I survived, like, 3 attacks. Yeah, I survived, like, 3 attacks that time. Honestly, I can't tell if my extended dodge duration is making this more... Modifier that I've used on several bosses is making this more difficult. Though I think is it... I don't know if it's dodge duration so much as just making the time frame when the dodge works longer? That could be the case. This is a very long run back for the difficulty of the fight, though. At least the current seeming difficulty of the fight. Though, like I noted, the bosses don't have an absurd amount of health. Though also, yeah, the 2-hit. The 2-hit makes it also a lot harder because you get significantly fewer tries for, like, learning the dodge timings before you have to do the full run back again. Which just increases how long it's going to take to learn the boss. I don't know. It's not like me going and finding the other 2 coding components is going to save me either from this boss. I'm just getting absolutely, completely, 110% eviscerated by this boss right now. Also, probably doesn't help that I've been streaming for like 3.5 hours, and then I hit a high difficulty boss right at the 3.5 hour mark. Just given my tendency... Yeah, just given my tendency to get more tired as the stream goes on, and I definitely do worse at boss fights at the, like, 3 to 4 hour mark than I do at, like, the 1 to 2 hour mark. But, This is interesting. Because, yeah, the timings took you a good few hours to beat these guys. I believe it. This boss feels pretty far up the difficulty chain. Which is fun, but also terrifying. Oh, hey, look, the bridges go away. How did I never notice the bridges going away? Or at least not notice it to the point of actually being able to do something with that information. Okay, hey, I got a dodge off. I got a dodge off. The more I can dodge, or if I thought it's just going to be learning their dodge or the timings for their attacks so I can dodge them is what feels like the key to the boss fight is. And that's also been the key to a lot of the boss fights in this game, is just learning what the correct timing for dodging all the different attacks actually is. Because these time windows are not generous. They are whatever the exact opposite of generous is. Also, I'm not sure my hairpin actually... I could hairpin. I'm not sure that the extra damage off the hairpin is worth it. Ah, right. How do I differentiate those 2 attacks? They threw out 2 attacks in a row there and I got clipped by both of them. Yeah, the hairpin attack, but also... I think that might be a slightly better combination of modifiers for this particular boss. Hey, look, I get sparkles. But I feel like this might be a slightly better combination for this particular boss, given then I either get the high damage increase for being full health, or I get the high damage increase for being no health. And I'm never in the weird intermediate state where I, like, am no longer dealing nearly as much damage. Since yeah, the boss fight hits pretty hard. And I'm just trying to think if there's any other useful combinations. Because that I need to figure out the I just need to figure out the dodge timing, but the run back is long enough, and I get few enough attempts at the dodge timing each time. That's going to take a while for it to actually, or for me to actually build the muscle memory needed to consistently dodge the attacks. Because, yeah, I only get 2 failed dodges per 30-second run back. And after you account for the boss fight time and the respawn time, that's about 60 seconds per attempt, half of which is spent on the run back, and another good chunk of it is spent on the respawning. Okay, I have no idea how I'm already still alive. Okay, that is not an attack I've seen them do before. Which is honestly terrifying, given how few attempts I actually get. It is just given how few attempts I actually get. Every time they pull out a new, or how many few mistakes I can make, every time they pull out a new tool, it's basically a guaranteed reset, I think. Because I really have, like, 0 wiggle room for error. Though, optional secret super boss. Honestly, kind of fair. Like, the difficulty level feels fair for what these guys are kind of functioning as a optional like challenge boss. I had my timing off terribly there. Yeah, I definitely had my timing off terribly there. Hey, I mean, at least I don't lose. I'm not losing any more Nakra droplets to the pond. That is, it's worth something. Probably. Actually, not really. I did lose like 1,000 Nakra droplets, but also I don't think I have anything else to use Nakra droplets on, so it's not something I'm terribly concerned with. My current objective is to, yeah, every boss theme in the game changes to a small death outro jingle whenever you die. Yeah, it is a cool little detail that it does that. My current goal is to just survive as long as I can so I can learn the dodge timings and attack patterns. Because otherwise that happens. Because like their dodge timing windows are... Their dodge time windows feel very, very small. Like, for some reason, the dodge timing window on this boss fight feels a lot smaller than the rest of the game, though I am dodging very early for most attacks. That is something I'm doing, is I'm dodging way early on most attacks. I feel like I need to delay by like 3/4 of a second on most of my dodges. Give or take. Yeah, give or take, I feel like I'm dodging about like 3/4 of a second to a second too early for almost every attack that they throw out. Because like I can actually dodge the attacks occasionally. How do I tell when they're going to stop teleporting around in that attack and actually attack? And I can't really waste my dodges on their feints, I don't think. I can't really waste my dodging on their feint attacks there. I have to... And also, I mean, I need to make it through the first phase without taking damage also, I suspect. I suspect I'm going to be able to do that by the time I'm done. Make it through the first several phases, because I'm assuming this boss has quite a few different phases. Without taking any damage, just due to the nature of the boss fight. It's like when I fought Aigong in Nine Souls. Yeah, when I fought Aigong in Nine Souls, I did that. I was often doing the first phases without taking any damage. I often did the first phase without taking any damage. I think I even got through the second phase once without taking damage. And though this boss kind of forces you to play without taking any damage by just the fact that it deals your entire health bar in one hit. I think this is the only enemy in the entire game that I've noticed that does more than one protection layer per hit. I'm not entirely sure what I think of that. Other than I am mildly concerned for my survival rate. Because this is definitely not going to be an easy boss fight. And I have a sneaking suspicion I am not beating them in the next 20 minutes that is today's stream. Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that's just not happening today. Yeah, I never or have yet to do a no damage Aigong fight. Though I, realistically speaking, probably could. Just due to how many times I had to face off against Aigong before I finally got a win off. I think I got like still had a not zero amount of health on the successful attempt. But yeah, I mean, I could beat this boss today, but something tells me, especially with how long this run back is. Yeah, the way they do their taunt, I can attack them. I'm a little bit more focused right now on just surviving. So I do need to deal damage occasionally. There's a couple of attacks that are very easy for me to counter. But also most of the attacks, they just absolutely destroy me on. Because you guys are gonna... Yeah, my timing was off. Because I am not lasting very long here. Yeah, I'm not lasting very long in this boss fight. I also need to make it so I'm actually looking forward again. Yeah, I am not making it very long in this boss fight right now. Which is... Not like... It's just a lot of... It takes me a lot of repetitions to beat bosses. That's generally what it takes me to beat a boss. I just have to attempt it a bunch of times in a row. So that I get build up enough muscle memory. Because also, their attacks are fast. It is a fairly well-known thing that I do not have the world's greatest reaction time to anything. Yeah, my reaction time is honestly pretty terrible most of the time. Which, when it's a fast boss, means I have to just learn... Or for a lot of boss fights, I just have to spend a lot more time learning their attack patterns and whatnot, because I can't react to them a lot of the time as quickly. Because, the last time I did a reaction time test, my average reaction time was around 400 to 500 milliseconds. And this was like an actual, like, proper reaction time, like medical reaction time test, put it at like 400 to 500 milliseconds, which is like just under half a second for me to go from seeing something to clicking a button. Which is part of what makes this sort of thing so difficult for me. It's just the lack of wiggle room there. It's just the lack of wiggle room on how long it takes me to actually react to their telegraphs. Because a lot of telegraphs in this sort of game are at or slightly less than my reaction time, which is unfortunate. Like, I've actually, like, looked into the timings and whatnot before. For, like, the timings for, like, average boss telegraph length across both Souls-likes and Metroidvanias. And then, like I said, I've also, like, actually looked into what my actual, like, proper, like, medically determined reaction time is, other than terrible. Yeah, I'm dodging too early on a lot of their attacks. I need to dodge a little bit later for most of their phase 1 attacks. We're getting there. Presumably. I mean, eventually, if I just keep throwing myself at the boss, I will eventually win. I do know that much. That's how I handle a lot of boss fights, is I just throw myself at the boss until eventually I stop making mistakes and win. Or I just get really lucky with their attack patterns. But also, lots and lots of attempts. Lots and lots of attempts. Okay, you guys are gonna... That was still too early, really. How long does it take them to charge their attack? I do not know. I mean, if I knew how long it took them to charge their attack, I would be able to dodge their attack a little bit more frequently. Little bit more frequently, at least. But also, yeah, not what I would consider this. This is not what I would consider to be an easy boss fight. I am glad I found the boss fight, though, because I do like a challenge. And just to have to keep trying. And just, like, actually have to get to the point where I can consistently beat the boss. You guys are gonna charge there? How did I pull that dodge off? Okay, I'm still getting... I still feel like I'm getting very lucky on a lot of these dodge timings, though they keep doing attacks so fast that I'm not sure if I can actually dodge both of them in a row. Which normally isn't a huge issue if they only do that attack a couple of times in a boss fight. Since I have a couple of health I can normally burn, but I don't have that here. I don't have that here. Definitely something. I'm not sure what. Other than difficult. Difficult is The difficulty is also a perfectly valid state for a boss fight to be in. Since it is a boss fight after all. Okay, hey, I got a dodge off on that attack for once. Okay, that's gonna be... I can't... It's hard for me to tell if they're gonna go in or out. You guys are gonna... What are you guys gonna do here? You guys are going to do an attack that I'm gonna miss time. And then you're gonna do that attack, which I'm gonna miss time also. That is the furthest I've made it without taking damage, though. So... that's progress, at least. Right? Right? 1 jump, 2 jump. Keep on getting absolutely destroyed by the boss fight. Yeah, because it's like, I don't think I'm missing any obvious method or strategies. Like, yes, I could use my hairpin off the energy crystals to the sides to do something, presumably. I could use the hairpin off to the side to do something, presumably. But also, just being able to deal a large chunk of damage is, I think, the better strategy, almost, in a way. Okay, how did I not get hit there? Okay, you guys are going to be significantly more delayed than I think you are. Nope, you're not. That's a very small platform for that attack. You know, that attack's not the largest. I mean, the platform for this boss fight in general is quite constrained compared to most of them. Yeah, the platform for the boss fight tends to be quite constrained for most of the boss fight. Is staying near the energy crystals potentially a useful strategy? Yeah, could staying near the energy crystals be a useful strategy somehow? I'm not sure how. Because this boss fight has the difficulty level turned up to like 11. That is for sure. Yeah, this boss definitely turned the difficulty level up. Okay, that attack is significantly easier to dodge than most of them. The one where they kind of split up and attack outwards. I totally could attack them on that particular taunt. How do I avoid both of them there? On that attack, do I need to, instead of trying to dodge them, jump over them? Maybe? Because they do a 1-2 attack that I think is slightly faster than my dodge timing. So I think jumping over that attack is what I have to do. That required me to realize that they're doing that attack fast enough to jump out of the way. I am figuring it out. Ish. I am generally figuring it out. It's just slowly working through the list of ways to make mistakes. Yeah, both of those types of attacks that they just threw out right as 1-2 there are ones that I, for whatever reason, just have I'm having a really hard time consistently dodging. I will say, maybe getting the last, or get that damage upgrade from the pits is going to be useful after all. Because I thought I only had Ati left as the only, actual boss fight left in the game, but clearly not. Clearly there is still at least Ati and then Vin and Soul, which are going to be tricky to beat still. Or Soul and Vin. Which one's which? For some reason I keep thinking of the yellow ones. Yeah, they keep attacking faster than my dodges can realistically refresh. But they also, one of them attacks vertically, which would catch me if I jump. And the other one attacks horizontally, which would... Do I need to jump, dodge the one that's going to come vertically, and then have the other one attack under me while I'm still in the air? Is that what I have to do? Because that at least feels like a potential approach. Though also, not easy boss fight. Not easy boss fight equals great level of concern. Don't mind when you guys do that attack. I really like it when you guys do that attack. Because some of these attacks are more straightforward for me to dodge. Oh, I could hit the crystal there, couldn't I? I got them to half health. I got them to half health. That is, I think, the first time I've gotten them to half health. I think that just turning how much attack damage I do up to 11 is the play. Because most of my other tools in my toolbox wouldn't really work very well against these bosses, both with how much they teleport and also the fact that they just hit really, really hard. So I'm just thinking through methodologies to beat them. Yeah, the timing, and then I just need to get. I do still just need to get better at the dodge timing as well. But yeah, I did actually check, because I think you mentioned that during yesterday or 2 days ago during the Mina stream, the Pipstrillo game. I actually checked. Apparently, I have that in my Steam library from I don't know when. I've never played it, but it's in my Steam library. Yeah, it's in my Steam library, even if I haven't played it. I'm honestly not sure when I would have bought the game. But I have a surprising number of games in my Steam library, and I have a backlog of... I have a backlog size of a lot. And if I stopped buying games on Steam right now, I'd be able to have enough games in my backlog. Pip. Yeah. Instead of Pippi. Yeah, but yeah. If I stopped buying games right now and only played the games I currently have on Steam, it would take me until approximately 2080 to finish my entire backlog. And yet I still keep buying more Metroidvanias as they come out. Metroidvanias and Souls-likes both, if I'm being completely honest. That attack is hard for me to dodge because they throw the spear at my face. Yeah, like, if I, like, legitimately, I have enough games in my Steam backlog that... So I know about how long it takes me to beat a game compared to the how long to beat posted time frames. Like, those time frames are kind of not super accurate for me, the ones on, like, the how long to beat website. But they tend to be a lot faster than I actually play games. By a fairly significant margin, but by using my average relative playtime compared to those playtimes, assuming I played games for 4 to 6 hours a day, it would take me until approximately 2070 or 2080 to actually get through my current Steam backlog. That's how I got that number. Which is absurd. And of course I'm going to get more games as they come out, because, like, obviously I bought Mina the Hollower, I've gotten MIO, I've gotten Silk Song. So, like, it's not only backlog games I play, even though I do mix in backlog games that I play both on-stream occasionally and off-stream a lot. Because I do play games off-stream sometimes also. Games that, for whatever reason... any number of reasons aren't going to work on stream, or at least work well on stream. But yeah, it's a massive backlog. I am about at stream time, but I don't want to end on a bad attempt. I want to end on at least a good attempt. I don't know how long that's going to take me to get, though, because this boss is kind of terrifying. That was also not a good attempt. We're slowly gonna maybe get there. Eventually, maybe. One of these attempts... at some point, one of these attempts is going to be the one that wins. And I just don't know when. Yeah, I will say, I am glad that there is more Memories in Orbit stuff, content, than I was expecting. Because this game is fun. You stream more often than not for the purpose of easily recording your footage for archival more than streaming to an audience. That's fair enough. I just happen to have a absolutely ridiculous amount of physical storage media to record to locally also. So, like, even when I'm streaming, I'm still recording all my footage locally. For the, like, I'm still streaming or recording all my footage locally in addition to including on stream. Okay, regardless of how this attempt goes, this is going to have to be my last attempt for the day. Because, like, I just have, like, terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes of local storage space to just store as much video as I want. And I also record my videos that I keep locally at a higher resolution than higher resolution and higher bitrate than I can stream to YouTube without my internet just going kaput on me. Of course, that means that a single stream is like... Yeah, you only have two main M.2 SSDs. I have two M.2 SSDs in my computer. I have multiple external SSDs, and I have a massive hard drive enclosure for like proper archival storage, or slightly more proper archival storage. But it really does add up. Yeah, it really does add up after a while. At least this was a more decent attempt for the last attempt for the day. Okay, that was not a terrible attempt, but yeah, I have... How much storage space do I actually have access to on this computer right now? I want to say it's somewhere in the range of 200 terabytes. A lot of which is archival, like, slow spinning disk storage. But that is a lot. But it's probably somewhere in the range of 200 to 250 terabytes of storage that I have like physically locally here. Like it's off to my side right now. So I can store a lot of footage and just anything I need. But yeah, your gaming PC came with a 2 terabyte SSD that has 320 left. The second one you bought for like $300 because just why I'm installing it. That's fair enough. Yeah, a lot of my storage space is just a giant disk and like hard drive NAS enclosure. That's kind of archival though, because if I try to record directly to that, it will be too slow. But yeah, I have a lot of storage space. So it does help sometimes because I can edit shorts and stuff off of the high quality footage I record locally instead of having to like download the YouTube stuff or whatnot, which does help a little bit with editing. Also, I am definitely out of stream time today. There will be more Memories in Orbit next week because I still have the final boss for this other ending, and I have this boss. And apparently I'm still missing 2 coding fragments and at least 1 old core somewhere, and some other bits of lore. But I want to find all of that stuff. It's just hard to find. Yeah, thanks for stopping by stream today, everybody. Hope you had a good time. Like, comment, subscribe so YouTube doesn't banish me back to the Shadow Realm for all eternity. And, yeah, you just don't feel like filling your disk with recordings. That's honestly fair enough. So, yeah. And I hope everybody has an absolutely wonderful rest of your day. But I gotta call the stream here. Bye-bye.